All right. Welcome back with a bit of delay, but thanks for showing up this morning. We had a super packed day yesterday. It was beautiful, it was emotional, it was powerful, it was sad and angry, but also happy. And I think giving a lot of strength and hope for the rest. Today we're launching the second day. It's a bit, the program, as you have seen, is a bit lighter in terms of quantity, but not at all in substance. We have we have two amazing panels, a ton of workshops again, and an evening program that maybe we'll also all be able to really enjoy, having been a bit more rested and taking a little break before, since today we finish officially at 5 for the main program of the conference. I'll say it now, I'll repeat it later, but just most of you here, there will be some changes in the rooms of the workshops. So pay attention, because I'll repeat after, but just be aware that the lesbian archives will actually stay in the auditorium. They're not in the room Olha Kobylianska as announced. And the lesbian sports will also change rooms and will be in 202 on the second floor. I will repeat, but bear in mind. We have two... we are joined again this morning with two keynote speakers. We're really thrilled to have with us Nadège Defrère from the European Commission. So I'll invite Nadège to come join us on stage. So Nadège is the team leader for non-discrimination in the Director General for Justice and Consumers of the European Commission, and is responsible for the implementation of the EU Lgbtiq Equality strategy. She has been a key partner for us, having been working closely with the ELC. So we're really grateful for all the support we've had so far, and for your presence with us today. It means a lot. So Nadège, the floor is yours. Si tu veux prendre le...
Thank you very much for this nice introduction. So, good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for inviting me. It's an honor for me to be here with you and to be in front of such an inspiring audience. So thank you very much. And I just also want to thank ELC for having organized this very impressive conference. You know, I had a look at all the different workshops and panels, and we have been told what happened yesterday in the discussion, etc., and what will happen tomorrow. So I'm really impressed, you know, and I thank them to put lesbian equality at the core of the discussion. So yes, having a look at the panel, I also saw that indeed there will be a panel on lesbian archive that I'm really looking forward to. And I think during this panel we will see that a lot has been achieved in the last decades. And that we can say that today is a bit more equal than yesterday. But however, I think we would all agree that it's not enough, and that in some part of Europe or Central Asia, progress is too slow, or even sometimes reverse. So if we have a look at the last Eurobarometer, we see that the picture is really diffused in Europe. That, for example, when you talk about social acceptance, so which means that the general population and how they think about LGBTIQ equality, we see that it ranges from 31% in Slovakia and 98% in Sweden. So it's a really diffuse picture, and we need to make sure that we have a Europe of equality for all. So I'm a lesbian myself, and I know that sometimes we do not feel safe in public spaces when we are in a date with a partner, or when we are hanging out, you know, with our queer friends, or when we are on the playgrounds, you know, with our kids and visible as a rainbow family. Yet I live in a country that provides me with legal rights and legal certainty, and that I have rights for my kids and for myself and for my relationship. What I want to say also is that realities are different. And there we also know that the reality is harsher for people facing intersectional discrimination. And here I want to think about lesbians who identify as trans and non-binary, lesbians that are young, and live in a household that sometimes do not respect or accept them for who they are. For older lesbians that are dependent in elderly cares and do not always are considered for who they are as well. But also for lesbians of colors, lesbians coming from religious minorities, for refugees, and I think as it was discussed in panel yesterday also, refugees fleeing the war, and as we saw with Ukrainian activists. We know that the reality is more difficult for them, and we also would like to stand that right-wing populism, but also anti-LGBTIQ rhetorics and scapegoating are not acceptable. LGBTIQ rights are human rights, everywhere and always. We must be united against intolerance. And I think 2 years ago, the Commission took a big step in that direction, having adopted the first ever LGBTIQ strategy to make sure that in Europe, we built a union of equality when we can be who we are and that we can love who we want. So I want to give you a few examples of what we've been doing and what we still be doing. I will give some example of the legal proposal that we've been adopting. So for example, last December, we adopted an initiative to extend the list of EU crimes to cover also hate crime and hate speech, including also on sexual orientation. So you might think that in some country this is already the case, but unfortunately not yet everywhere in Europe. So we want to make sure that the protection is equal everywhere in Europe. Soon, we will also adopt a legislative on mutual recognition of parenthood. And I think the President has been very clear on that in the State of the Union, that if you're parent in one country, you're parent in every country. So this proposal will go, of course, in that direction. And another one that I would like to mention is that also in the coming months, we will also adopt a proposal to strengthen equality bodies, their independence and also their scope. So we also want to make sure that they all cover sexual orientation, because I think now is the case also again in certain countries, but not everywhere. So we want to make sure that sexual orientation is covered everywhere in Europe. Also, when talking about lesbian equality, I think we also need to have a look at the intersectional lens and the gender equality strategy. So the Commission now is currently also busy tackling gender-based violence and to improve socioeconomic position of women in all their diversity, meaning also for LGBTI women, of course. This is for the legal part. I also want to tell you a bit what we do with member states. So we're working, of course, closely with the presidency of the European Union and trying to have a high-level event with them when possible and different also dialogues. But a year ago, we also set up LGBTIQ equality subgroup, which is tasked to look at the implementation of the LGBTIQ strategy, but also what can be done at the national level. So I'm really happy that this subgroup endorsed some guidelines to adopt national strategies for LGBTIQ equality. So that's member states who decided to draft those guidelines, and now we hope that they're going to indeed implement them at the national level. So that's it. Also, I think maybe something that could be of interest, we're working also on similar guidelines with another subgroup on equality data, because I think what we see that very little research is being done on LGBTIQ people, but also on lesbian. So we really hope that through those guidelines, member states and statistical offices would be encouraged to collect more data, of course, in full compliance with GDPR. So to do all this, we cannot do anything without the civil society, and we need all forces. And I think you here in this room, you have one of the most difficult jobs in Europe and Central Asia right now. So I would like to thank you, of course. And I think it's very difficult because you fight every day for your rights, but also the right of your community. And as we know that lesbian civil society is underfunded, you often do that with very scarce and sometimes even non-fundings, you know. And that, of course, has an impact on you, on your well-being, on your mental health. And the Commission wanted to tackle this issue. That's why we're really happy that we could provide TLC with a 5 years operational grant to have a medium long-term vision and stability, but also just to say that there will be also re-granting opportunities. I think that ALC will discuss that with you. I'm also available if you want to talk that about more, and also to announce that in November, December this year, there will be a call that will be open for national NGOs. So if you want, if you have projects that have a European dimension, please do apply. I mean, the next one will only be in 2 years' time, so do bear in mind this time, November, December this year. So yes, I want also to say that we're very happy to be one of the main donors of this conference, and we would encourage other other member states, other international organizations and foundations to do the same, because without a strong civil society, we cannot have a democratic Europe. So I want to hand on this. I'm available here today, I think, until 4 o'clock or something like that, so do not hesitate to come to me and to talk. I think we can definitely continue this together. So thank you again for all your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadej, so much. And really, I think it can't be overstated just how important it is and how historical it has been that the Commission has recognized the importance of our work and indeed enabled us to have more sustainability. And you mentioned it, and I want to really reiterate this. It has already been said, but we are now working on the regranting. This is really important for the community, meaning that the fundraising work that has been done so far is now turning to flow through the community and to our members. And this is going to be a crucial point as of 2023 going forward. And so the Commission is, of course, a major enabler in this. I also want to thank Nadej for saying it. I mean, I'm also a lesbian in institutions, so whenever another lesbian in institutions says and say, oh, I work for one of those European things, international things, and I'm a lesbian, it feels good to hear it. So thank you, Nadej. Again, we are everywhere and we make a difference. So, and it's not just about being there, it's about saying it because it matters. So thanks for that. And well, we have another lesbian genius to introduce.
Yes, we are inviting Vera Kurtic, proud feminist, woman, researcher, Serbia activist, founder of Campaign Month of Roma Women Activism. Please welcome her.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm very grateful to organizers and to all of you to be here, dear lesbians, dear sisters. And our topic today is the revolution. I cannot agree more than we are the revolution. It is important to have all of us here to live because we live in the world with all forms of discrimination and violence. We are attempting to rebuild the world and to create our future as we want. That is not an easy task, and you know that. The majority of our countries that we have been living our lives rely on the system that discriminated us against and preserved as a threat. The freedom that we are gathering today comes from the path of oppressions and violence, and we have this freedom as a result of fearless lesbian resistance of many generations. And now we are the voices of all of them. All women that were burned at the bonfire, all those who had experienced corrective rapes, those who were imprisoned or have been placed in mental hospitals just because they didn't want to be submissive to patriarchy, to compulsive heterosexuality, and to men, just because they had loved the other women. It's better now? Okay, thank you. Today we will be voices and visibility of powerful lesbians from the past, and we are dedicate this day for our sisters all around the world that couldn't come to be with us too. We all recognize that we, women and non-binary persons, have a multiplicity of identities. We live in the midst and negotiate multiple realities which reflect and interlocking influences of discriminations. These discriminations reflect a variety of prejudice based on gender, race, ethnicity, class, caste, culture, religion, sexuality, language, health status, physical abilities, marital status, age, and any other of multiplicity of basic human characteristics which the system uses against us and turns us against each other. It is the tragedy of our world that these plenty of diverse daily lived realities have become at different times in different places the basis of our human rights violations. In the world in which we live, lesbians' experience includes multiple forms of oppression in manifold of different circumstances. What we recognize is that at critical times, women's experience of multiple oppression often differ radically and significantly from the experience of men, and lesbian experience is different from heterosexuality lives. We are making the distinction clearer as witnesses. We use our personal lives to humanize and bring to the surface those multiple and intersection realities, often submerged in dehumanization ways a single identity such as sexual orientation or identity of gender. Intersectional discrimination means that overlapping oppression often creates specific forms of ways of experiencing discrimination and violation of basic human rights. We, lesbians, have been and are organizing to empower ourselves and define our rights. We combine activism with emotions. Our personal is political. I think that all of us sitting in this room have contributed to the global women's and LGBT movement. We are networking with each other and refuse isolation in our four walls in case we even can afford them or are not destroyed. We are building transitional coalitions. We reject borders, nation, religious confessions. We are solidary with our sisters from countries affected by the wars, although we are not there with them. We are aware that their identities and gender roles put them in particular risk during situation of armed conflicts. The vulnerability caused by this particular political moment makes the importance of our sisterhood more important. The framework of women and LGBT rights as a product of the European enlargement that has no relevance to the reality of the rest of the world is not working for us. We demand lesbians and all other fundamental rights for all lesbians of the world. I'm very happy that we are here from different parts of the world. We should stand for all of us. Thank you, all of you that come to my country for Europe Pride. I know that was an act of solidarity and unselfishness. You went there because you wanted to define human rights. Thank you, Jenny. I don't know if Jenny here, but thank you, Jenny, for your courage on the Belgrade streets. I'm coming from a country where President and his regime support Russian aggression on Ukraine. I feel ashamed because of that, and only what I can say, it's not in my name. Not in my name. Of all of us from Serbia that are here with you, not in the name of all of us in Serbia. Our nationality is lesbian. Our religion is lesbian. Our traditional values are lesbians. We are subversive to the system. Essentially, being a lesbian means rejecting economical and sexual dependence of men. It is subversion of gender roles, and we create tension with the social order by not conforming to stereotype roles. No one can deny the sunrise of the political role of lesbians in the world. Women and LGBT are again the center in the struggle for emancipation and liberation all around the world. We can witness different processes in many countries. Our rights that we already achieved before are being called into question again. Existence of our sexual orientation and gender identity that are not traditional is abolishing. Our rights are the cutting edge of human rights. We are the mirror of the world. Our political role is huge. We should strongly think not just to stay in the civil sector, but to fight the system in political arena. We should have more lesbian politicians, more political options. If not we, who else? I'm coming from a country where Prime Minister is a lesbian, but she is not lesbian, Prime Minister. We need really lesbian prime ministers and presidents. We will stay against any oppressions, against fascism, against lesbophobia. We will contribute to final revolution for the real equality to all living beings in Earth. Let's make the revolution today.
Thank you very much, Vera, for your strong and
Дуже дякую вам за таку потужну, сильну промову. І як правильно сказали, сербський президент, він підтримує війну. І ми в Казахстані також незадоволені нашим президентом, тому що він підтримує вбивства сотень людей, які виходять на протести. І зазвичай він називає нас терористами. Він каже, що 20 тисяч терористів атакували всі міста в Казахстані.
by this. Unfortunately, we are shamed by these men who take power. Of course, we should change that. Okay, and we are going to the next panel. Please, participants, meanwhile I will represent the panel, right? Yeah, please come to the stage. The panel name is Romnia and Synthese Lesbian, Defining Patriarchy. Please come to the stage. All around the world, Roma and Sinti lesbians have been waiting for decades to be seen, heard, and accepted within the general discourse of the queer population of Europe and Central Asia. Romani and Sinti women and non-binary people seem to be too rarely mentioned, if at all. The panel will be a place for Romani and Sinti lesbians to be heard, to be as loud as they please, to stop living on an invisible existence and seen by white gaze. So, yes?
And just to introduce and thank very much our moderator for this panel, Isabel. Isabel is a Roma activist from Romania. Thank you so much for starting the day with this conversation. It is especially important in Hungary, and even though we've already been discussing intersectionality throughout other panels and the conference, we really wanted to dedicate a panel just for this one, to give it a clear space. So thank you for joining us. Isabel.
Thank you a lot for inviting me here and for allowing us to have this space and all this stuff. Okay, so before we start, I'd like to take a moment to let everyone know that this panel will contain references to racism, oppression, and whiteness. The later is usually defined as a social construction that embraces white culture, racialization, racist ideology, and behaviors. Oh, sorry. The Oxford Dictionary of Human Geography, published in 2013, also defines whiteness as the normalization of white social norms and cultural practices as being the natural way for all societies to function. As a racialized group, the Roma and Sinti must refer to whiteness in order to truly understand the discrimination and oppression faced at the hands of non-Roma people, or Gadje, as we call them in our language. Some activists prefer to use the concept of Gadje racism when referred to anti-Roma racism or Romaphobia. Truthfully, both in Roma and queer communities, there seems to be no place for us to be seen, to be heard, understood and accepted. Even when we do talk and open up about our struggles as lesbians, I think it's quite a pity, and hopefully everyone agrees. This panel is going to focus on different life experiences of Roma and Sinti lesbians, such as starting a family, the right of self-determination and decision-making, and violence. Of course, before opening the discussion, our speakers are going to introduce themselves so we can all get a bit more familiar with each other.
My name is Vesna Čerimović. I'm 31 years old, and I'm also an SOS consultant on the SOS helpline. And I will speak about Roma women in Serbia and the community I work in the context of their everyday life.
We want to hear her voice.
Kao prvo voljela bih da objasnim da vezano za rane brakove, kako to počinje. Znači, devojčice kao male, pretpostavljam i u većinskoj zajednici, ali u romskoj su od malena učene da ne sme da se suprotstavljaju svojim roditeljima i da moraju da slušaju ono što im oni kažu.
I will start from the practice of early marriages. I don't know how it works in a majority community, but in Roma communities, okay, thank you. In Roma communities, girls from the age of 10 are preparing for their marital duties.
Pošto je patrijarhat veoma ukorenjen, kao i tradicionalni okviri u romskoj zajednici gde se devojčice uče u stvari da se one ne pitaju o svojoj budućnosti, o školovanju, kao i o odabiru partnera, to je prava na odabir partnera.
Traditional norms and patriarchy is very deeply rooted in the community. So girls do not have the right to decide about their education, but also not decide what they will choose, including their partners in life.
Kada devojčica napuni nekih 11 godina, njoj se već tada bira partner i ona je već tada izabrana, to jest određen je put kojim će se ona voditi i tada joj se zakazuje u stvari veritba koja će biti održana sa nekih 13-14 godina.
At the age of 11, the girl is given her path. The husband is chosen for her, and she will be given to that person, actually to that male person, in the form of engagement.
Ona sa 13-14 godina u stvari ispada iz sistema obrazovanja i nema priliku da nastavi svoje školovanje jer ona bude tada udata.
At the age of 13-14, she leaves education, and at that time she is, according to the community traditional values, already married in the marriage.
Tada te prve bračne noći ona dokazuje svoje devičanstvo i ukoliko ga ne dokaže, ona bude osuđivana i odbačena od strane romske zajednice.
On the first wedding night she has to prove her virginity, and if she doesn't, she is excluded and violated by the community.
Te iste prve bračne noći ona u stvari preživljava seksualno nasilje.
On that night, the first wedding night, she experienced the sexual violence.
Gde kasnije obično to i prelazi u fizičko i druge oblike nasilja.
That escalates and continues to be physical and other form of violence on later stages as time pass by.
Kada malo odraste i počne da se suprotstavlja tome, u stvari prepozna svoju seksualnost, tada počinje u stvari mnogo veće nasilje i tortura koju ona preživljava.
As she grows up and realizes her own bodily needs and her feelings towards this relationship, that is a moment when the violence escalates.
Ako se suprotstavi svojoj zajednici, tada ispada da je ona u stvari narušila sve te principe i vrednosti kojima je učena od malena.
If she oppresses and rejects the values of the community, she will be she will be totally excluded from the community. Like she doesn't exist for the community anymore.
Ono što se dešava kod mladih Romkinja je da im se javlja taj osjećaj nepripadanosti.
Among Roma women we can conclude that they have a feeling of not belonging to the community.
Jer izostaje ta podrška same romske zajednice i porodice.
Because they are not supported by family and the community as a whole.
Imamo raznih slučajeva transrodnih žena i lezbijki koje su pri svom autovanju i prepoznavanju svoje seksualnosti preživele ogromno nasilje od strane svoje porodice i od strane same zajednice.
We have a large number of trans women and lesbian women who suffered a severe violence by their family and the community.
Jer sama tema seksualnosti i dalje tabu u romskoj zajednici.
Because sexuality as an issue is a greatest taboo in the Roma community.
Ono što mi je bitno da napomenem, juče su isto bili na jednoj radionici razna pitanja vezana za to da se objasni, jeste da Romkinje uglavnom žive tim dvostrukim životom, bar kod nas u ovom delu Srbije, to je Vojvodine, je da one žive u stvari dvostrukim životom gde u stvari poštuju te vrednosti i principe gde one moraju da budu sa muškarcem u braku, ali sakrivaju svoju seksualnost zapravo.
Roma women, we had a workshop yesterday, so we have some questions related to that, so I want to explain that Roma women have double lives. In order to comply with the community values, they keep in relationships that they are in, but they are leading their private lives on basis of their emotions. So they have a double life, and that is the burden that they have to carry in order to be able to be part of the community.
Da, i htjela sam još da napomenem da tako kako prežive diskriminaciju u romskoj zajednici, da imamo iskustva i sa time da su Romkinje preživljavale diskriminaciju i u LGBTIQ pokretu.
As we are testifying the discrimination in the community, we are also having examples of discrimination in the LGBT movement.
O kojoj se zapravo jako malo govori.
And which is not spoken about that much.
Uglavnom su doživljavale transrodne žene i lezbijke diskriminaciju gde su se pravile onako grupe žena koje, mislim, izostala je solidarnost, podrška među ženama.
Usually are discriminated trans Roma women and lesbians because the overall LGBT community excludes them. Usually some parts of the LGBT movement excludes them from the overall work on the LGBT issues.
I ono što bih rekla za kraj je nekako da smatram da je jako važno da u našem pokretu postoji podrška i solidarnost, da se bezuslovno podržavamo i da svako od nas ima prava da ima taj osjećaj da pripada negde.
It is very important to support each other in the movement, and it is very important to give the sense of belonging to the community, to the other side.
Otvorena sam za sva pitanja.
I am open for any kind of questions later.
So everyone should present themselves after this. So thank you a lot.
Hi everyone, my name is Florina Latinasi. I'm not part of any LGBT or Roma organization. I'm just a lesbian and I'm a Roma. So I suppose I'm really humbled to be here. Really great things that I've learned about your organizations in these past 2 days, and I suppose I'm just here to share a flavor of the street, like the regular struggles that we face, and also to highlight one of the reasons I never approached activism or organizations was that I didn't feel the intersectional part was being addressed until pretty recently. I'd say probably 2 or 3 years. That was the first time I heard of this word. I lived it. Like I knew because I could feel, like my colleague panel here mentioned, I could feel I was excluded in the LGBT community for being Roma. And the other way around, LGBT, even the word was taboo in the Roma community, in the family, at school, and everywhere. So I suppose it's a blank page for me at the moment. See where it goes. I'm kind of lead by example, hoping that that showing other people that we can be normal, we can encompass, all our differences, embrace them. Being diverse, we can find our spot. And that's it, really. Any questions later?
Hello, my name is Louise, or Lolo. I'm from Manchester in England. I don't think I've heard many people cheer for England for a while. I wouldn't encourage it. But yeah, so I'm from the English Romani community. We're a little bit different from a lot of communities who are Roma or Romani across Europe. A lot of us, or some of us, still reside on sites, in trailers, what we call them, and things like that. I'm going to be talking about quite a few difficult topics today relating to the intersections of queerness and homelessness, and what that's like, and also navigating activism as all those things. So for example, this year, like a week after my birthday, I was actually made homeless from my family, relating to a documentary I released regarding being like a Romani and being queer with a few other traveller and Romani friends of mine. Something I do want to highlight is the person that we did the documentary with, George Ward. He was a really famous Romani gypsy, queer drag queen. We found out recently that he died. He was only 28. He was a really important friend of mine. And I think something that relates to the queerness in the room is that we didn't even find out until the news did, because the family do not want to tell us. We're not allowed to his funeral. We have to create our own vigils. So I kind of want to put that across, which is that I feel, as someone who is queer and Romani, that there is a lot of trauma within our communities relating to what we go through. It's loss. It's young people in our community passing away and not knowing why or how, and not even getting to say goodbye. Something else I'm going to be speaking about is about activism. So, for example, I actually almost wasn't able to come to this conference because I had to present bail at the police station because I was arrested a few months ago as part of a queer group against war, where we actually vandalised and blocked a UK arms factory from running. This is quite a difficult thing, and relating it back to Romani identity is on all of my court documents, my ethnicity is listed for public view. I have already been advised by friends of mine who are in law and from the traveller or Romani community that this could mean that I face a harsher sentence due to the fact also that I am listed as no fixed address due to homelessness. And it being a charge of aggravated trespass, which impacts a lot of Romani and traveller people in the UK. This could mean that when I present court next month, that I could be facing a prison sentence. And this is something that actually impacts activists on the ground doing grassroots action. Something I will be discussing today is abolitionist work to abolish the police state and the prison industrial complex. I can no longer engage in activism that does not understand that the policing and the police state that we exist in is fundamentally, washing our streets with blood. The police are an institution of violence, and that's what I will be discussing in relation to my own work, where personally I am part of a group called Cop Watch, where we go out in our local communities and patrol for police stop and searches. If we see anything happening, we get involved. We intercept. We stop immigration vans from being able to leave by chaining ourselves to the ground. We stop deportation flights. And we prevent evictions of Romani and traveller people from sites by manually gluing ourselves under trailer wheels. I think something that impacts me as a Romani person is realizing that we do not have to be palatable to wider society. This idea of the Romani criminal and this all ties in with queerness is something that functions under a capitalist state that punishes people for how they act under oppression. You know, I am no different from any Romani person or traveller person who does anything bad. We do not have to be nice. We do not have to abide by law. We do not have to be palatable. I am personally a fan of nasty people from my community. I want to propose queer anarchy, queer rebellion, and queer action. I think something that is radical about my community, because I do not want this to just be a space where I discuss the difficulties that I face with my own family, of which some I am disowned. I also want to bring forward the beauty of our community, which has always been anti-fascist in its nature. We are a community that are the foundations of change and revolution in our act, in our culture. You know, when I was growing up, my grandmother, who used to reside on a site in our local area, when police would try and raid the site, she would start throwing rocks. And I remember she once turned to me because I was just stood staring at the ground, and she said, "Lois, don't be so boring, pick up a rock." So, and I think this is what people need to learn. We are not simply victims. Romani people are agitators. We are revolutionary and radical in our existence. And this is something that I will be discussing today. Thank you.
I'm so impressed by all of you. Okay, I'm Vera. I'm coming from Serbia. I was born in south of Serbia, different part as Nena's, but I live in Belgrade for many years. I'm also Romani woman, and a lesbian there. I can tell that I was always have been an outsider. Even in my community, due to socialism, my grandparents moved from Roma settlement to white neighborhood, and they were integrated. So I was part of white community, but I was always different, as I have a Muslim surname that is typically for Roma. Everybody knew that I'm Roma. I never had a chance to hide that. That's I'm grateful for. But I was different, and I was outsider in both communities. And I knew two things in my life as very early days. From very early days, I knew that I do not want to live as my mother and as my grandmother. I saw patriarchal, and I wanted to stop that. So I became a feminist. I also became a vegan. That is also important to me, that I found that what people do to animals is equal to what men do to women, and it's not justice. Thank you for this, I appreciate. And I knew that two things, and I started to be activist. And then first I become a member of a feminist organization, and I was a volunteer in SOS hotline for women and children. And I realized there are no women who called SOS hotline, they're Roma. And during my shift, I was boring, and I was looking through the books of calls, and I saw only two names that are Muslims. They had Muslim surnames. One of those was my mother, and I didn't know the other woman. So I decided that I must do with Roma women, and then I was part of a group that we organized, the first organization that was dealing with intersectional discrimination in Serbia. and we were dealing with women who are different by nationality, sexual orientation, and everything else. And during my life, I was, I told you that I was outsider, and when I was at university, that was the moment when I discovered, because I received the student's loan, and I was looking for my name, and I discovered the Muslim surname on the list. And I felt so happy to see that there is another Roma woman who is on the university. And then during my activism, I was so happy to meet other Romani women, they're lesbians. And I don't know, like, I'm now activist for 20-something years, maybe 10, 15 years. And then I discovered some woman who is Roma and who is lesbian. So I decided to write about them. And I wrote the book called Žuljarke. I invented that word, actually. That means a woman who loves women who love women in Romanes. And I collected 15 stories of Roma lesbians all around Serbia. And that was, actually I didn't know that, I thought it will be, like, I will read because I will write because I just felt that I must do that, actually, for my sake. But I didn't know that it will be received very well, and then someone called me from Europe and said, okay, we are LGBT, we are Roma, please come. And I went to Prague 2015, Prague Pride, and I discovered the whole bunch of Roma LGBT people. And I again felt what I felt at the university, like I'm not the only one, actually. There are many Romani LGBT people. Oh, my dog, that was like I'm home. I felt like I'm finally home, actually. I like them very much. I'm very grateful that I met you too now. Our family is spreading. And we have our unofficial network now, LGBT Roma, all around Europe. And this is huge thing, actually, that we show our existence to the world, but also to Romani activists, because we had some meeting in Budapest in that times, 5 or 7 years ago. And I know that we presented our works. We worked a lot. We wrote a lot. We're thinking a lot. So we presented that to them, and they were like, "We don't need you. Go to LGBT movement. We don't need you here." And they're international Romani activists. They said, you will ruin our struggle. We struggle for Romani rights, not for LGBT rights. Go away. And we felt like this is not good. And we are still fighting to be accepted in the Romani movement. And we are still fighting to be accepted in the LGBT movement as well. But we are doing fine, actually.
Vera, you mentioned your book. Would you mind telling us how it went on, like getting the stories and getting the people to open up about it and all that stuff?
To getting the stories. Okay, yeah, I knew that there are women who are lesbians all around Serbia, and I approached them and asked them to write, to tell me their personal stories. And I didn't use their names. Their identity is hidden, so nobody can recognize them. And I divided my book by different focal point on their existence, like solitude, like violence, like shame, what we are, and our resistance, of course, and our struggles. So I think it wasn't hard to collect to gather that women, because I had in my mind for years. I had a list of women who are Roma, because that meant to me, a lot. I know I'm not the only one. So I had a list of women who are lesbians and Roma, and it wasn't hard to find them at one moment, actually.
And was it hard for them to open up about their stories? And
yeah, for some of them, yes. Yes, especially like Nena mentioned, Serbia, Roma community. There are many Roma communities. That is important to know, that we are not homogenic. We can be different depending on the part of economical situation, of educational situation level. So that was, like in Vojvodina was really, really hard to find women. In my city, in South Serbia and in Belgrade was easier because they were open. But yeah, I think if I'm now in position to collect stories from Roma lesbians in Europe, it will be very hard actually to find it. But I said I had a list that I kept in my mind for years. So that's the reason I was able to gather them.
And what about the conclusions? Like, was there anything that changed in your mind and maybe life after you wrote it?
Yes, very much. Because I said that there is a network. There are people who are Romani, LGBT, and they are not only from Serbia, and we are connected, and that changed my life a lot, actually. And it opened many opportunities, many new ideas, many friendships. So that changed my life.
Thank you. I wanted to. I wanted to hear a bit more from Vesna, if that's okay. So you do a lot of work inside the communities. Can you tell us a bit more about their attitude towards lesbians? Like, are there any communities that are accepting of them?
Pa ne postoji ni jedan deo. Kao što sam već rekla, sama seksualnost je tabu tema u romskoj zajednici.
There is no part of the Roma community that accepts diversity, sexual diversity. Sexuality is taboo in Roma community.
Mislim da ne poznajem ni jednu stariju osobu, mislim da su majke ili očevi koji podržavaju generalno LGBTQ prava.
I may say that I don't know a single father or a mother that will support the diversity and LGBT community.
Uglavnom osoba koja je drugačije seksualne orijentacije i to roditelji prepoznaju, ona bude izbačena iz kuće i preživljava teško nasilje. Mogu ukratko podeliti jedan primer.
A person that is of different sexuality and starts to express it and have some visual distinctions from the community as it's supposed to, becomes expelled from the family and becomes the person that is severely under severe violence and exposed to family violence. I can give you, for example, one example from our work.
Mislim, kada si lezbijka, nekako još i možeš da sakriješ svoju seksualnost, ali, na primjer, imamo problem, pošto radim na SOS telefonu i svakodnevno se suočavam sa problemima drugih LGBT ljudi.
Being lesbian, somehow women manage to keep it quiet and to hide it from the community. But working on the SOS helpline, I record a lot of problems of different persons of other sexualities under the LGBT community.
Na primjer, imamo jedan primer transrodne osobe gde ona primetila svoju seksualnost i primetili su i njeni roditelji kada je ona bila mnogo mlada.
We have a transgender person who discovered her sexuality, and she started to change, and the parents also notice it.
Oni su pokušali da prekinu jer su mislili da je to neka faza u njenom životu i pokušali su da prekinu tu fazu tako što su je zaključavali, maltretirali, fizički zlostavljali.
Parents thought that it's some kind of teenage phase and wanted to interrupt it, to cut it, so they locked her up, beaten her severely.
2 godine je ta osoba bila zaključana unutra i uopšte, mislim, odsečena od celog sveta.
For 2 years that person was locked down, actually locked in the house and cut off the society and the external world.
I kada je konačno uspela da izađe iz kuće, ušla je u lanac prostitucije gde je i tamo preživljavala sve oblike nasilja.
When she managed to run away from that, she entered the chain of prostitution, and that exposed her to a much severe violence later stages.
Tako da mislim da i ostali u romskoj zajednici vođeni takvim primerima da i ne pokušavaju da se javno autuju u svojoj zajednici.
And having such examples in the Roma communities that is small and everybody knows each other, many persons who would like to come out don't have a power to do it, seeing what is happening to the others.
Mislim da treba dugo godina osnaživanja da bi izašli i rekli nekom od svojih tako nešto.
I think that we still need much more years to empower the community and the persons in the community to come out and to become empowered to make a change in their lives.
Uglavnom se sastajemo u našoj grupi, u našoj organizaciji i tamo delimo iskustva i tu neku podršku međusobno, ali na ulici i u zajednici nikako.
We meet up in our office space, and that is the space where we share experiences and supporting each other, but on the streets the situation is far different. So we greet each other, but there is no open support, and that's it.
Okay, so beside this, there's no way for lesbians to organize, to be together and fight against this kind of oppression.
Mislim da teško da, mislim, pokušavali smo i ranije, mi radimo razne kampanje osvešćivanja što se tiče različitosti, prepoznavanja svoje seksualnosti kako bi romska i većinska zajednica videla da to nije bolest, da nam treba podrška i sve to, ali mislim da svi živimo u takvoj zemlji, posebno mi u Srbiji gde je diskriminacija na jako visokom nivou i gde se LGBT zajednica smatra bolešću.
We did campaigns. I think that we need much more time to speak about the lesbian revolution or getting together lesbians to fight against such oppression. We do have campaigns. We already tried through some campaigns to point that LGBT is not illness, but unfortunately in Serbia we still have the public narratives that LGBT is illness, and it's unfortunately in the community that is homophobic to the highest possible extent. It is very hard to make in a smaller community some kind of grouping and fighting the oppression.
Mislim da bi generalno, mi se nekako više fokusiramo na osnaživanje tih mlađih devojčica koje još uvek prepoznaju svoju seksualnost, da se one pronađu tu i da se osnaže, da traže svoja prava, pa te kasnije nekako kroz te godine osnaživanja može da se odluči da se izmesti iz tog mesta i da ode možda u neki veći grad, jer mi dolazimo iz mnogo malog grada gde se svi poznajemo i gde je to prosto nemoguće da se iznese.
We tend to work with the younger population and to support them to find out and to realize their sexuality, to empower them on the personal level and to support them eventually to leave the community that they live in and eventually come to a bigger town or some major city, because where we live it's a very, very small town and very small community.
What about the lesbians that live in big towns already? Like, is their situation different? Are they able to come together and fight differently on the streets, maybe, or organize differently?
Da, definitivno mislim da je drugačije i da mogu da se organizuju mnogo bolje, jer su se izmestili, suprotstavili su se tom patrijarhatu i romskoj tradiciji. Jesu odbačene romske zajednice, ali mislim da to nekako s vremenom, da roditelji nekako popuste kada odeš od kuće i kada te ne vide, pa nekako to ne prihvate skroz, ali na neki način prihvate, pa možda se nekad i vratiš u zajednicu.
Well, it is different because when they leave the house, that means that I just fought the parents and I'm just leaving and you can do nothing to me. And the situation changes among parents because they start have feelings like missing you and everything, so they don't accept it. But due to being missed, they start to change their behavior. Also, in the major towns, you have the opportunity to meet others. So it gives you the opportunity that you're not, gives the feeling that you're not alone.
Thank you a lot. Can I add something? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we can see on our examples that dealing on the local level, it's very hard to empower and to have activism. Really, what Nena said, it's on the micro level, you can empower people personally, but you cannot fight for your rights openly. But speaking about international level or something like this, like we have now with our gathering, that means that we will have more political power actually. So we must shift our local work to global work actually, but still keep local work. I think that is the answer, if you understand. That is the answer, how we can protect our rights, how we can fight on the street. Just together to be beyond the micro level.
Thank you. Luis, you can keep the mic. I believe I heard you talking about being othered before. Would you mind telling us a bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. So when I was made homeless, I very much had to flee to the queer community in Manchester, where I was essentially on people's sofas in the queer community for just like months, about 4 months. I worked in the gay nightclubs in Manchester, and things already started to become difficult for me. So en route to work twice, I'd been stopped and searched by officers for matching a description of a traveller theft gang operating in the city. I asked them what description that is that fit it, and they said long black hair, lots of gold jewellery, a tracksuit. And I was like, that's nearly like every traveller or like other person in the community in Manchester. It was a very vague description. And when I went to work and told my manager, they just said, oh, well, you're here now, so, and expected me to continue on an 8-hour nightclub shift right after, even after our home was raided the following day, because the police wanted to check that I actually lived at the address that I'd said that I lived at. Not only did they come once, but they came twice to our home to check. And othering comes in other ways too. I think sometimes people have the false assumption that queer communities are safe for everybody. That is not the case. When I was working within the gay village, it's called in Manchester, would you believe it? There's a whole street called the gay village of places in the city. I would experience a lot of derogatory comments from various staff members that I worked with, including when some of my colleagues found out about my background. One of them said, "Thank God everything is nailed down," as if I was going to steal things. And these are things that you experience on like a personal level, because at the same time, while I was homeless, I was still engaging in a lot of radical action on the streets, which included, with Manchester Anti-Fascists, we started this thing called Shoplifters for Change, where where we would go to big corporations as groups of queer people and take as much food as we could to give to local communities, or we would find local fascists and take their bikes to give back to the community. Yeah, there was a guy, he was a known fascist in the area, and he said, "Oh, you know, you like Romanian travelers, all you do is steal," and we just took his bike and like gave it to I'm like, "Yeah, we do from you." You know, but that is like, you know, this was all happening while I was homeless and experiencing a lot of derogatory comments from people around me, whilst also dealing with, like, a lot of the work that I do in my local area is protecting local sites and communities from the police. So, you know, while I was experiencing disownment from my family and feeling outside of my own community, I was also dealing with the trauma of, for example, in Manchester, I was approaching a site to just check on the local community there, and an armed tactical aid unit police vehicle turned up and tried to get onto the site. I ran out into the road in front of the vehicle and refused to move, saying that they weren't getting on there without a warrant. And what I don't think people understand is that when people know you are Romani, the police, they will escalate the situation to make you seem violent, you know? And in that situation, an officer was trying to say that I was aggressive to validate using force against me, and I was actually threatened with a taser at the time. And there's just a lot of trauma involved with on-the-ground street action, and I think there is also a problem where a lot of queer activism doesn't have a lot of solidarity with our communities, and also will use the fact that they think there is homophobic inclinations in the community to validate racist beliefs. You know, I've spoken with a lot of white, you know, queer people who will validate their hatred for my community by saying, "Oh, well, it's just homophobic and transphobic," without even considering, you know, the centuries of oppression where marginalized communities struggle a lot more than mainstream narratives will give. There is no space for that in a lot of queer discourse. But yeah, and the othering is quite great. And I think also in navigating activism, my daily life engaging with the police in a very violent way, and fascists, like I had to leave my job in the gay village because we do on-the-ground action against neo-Nazis in Manchester. And 3 weeks ago, we had a clash where a neo-Nazi in Bolton ran at us with a sword for protecting a drag queen storytime hour. And I had a sign that said "Romani Queer Magic," and I started to get attacked by neo-Nazis to the point where I had to be physically escorted home, and I had to leave my job because they were trying to figure out where I lived and where I worked to target me. there's a lot of trauma involved in our communities. And I think something that's also important to say is that I'm also somebody who has a lot of privilege in the community, you know? I'm not the general community member that you're going to be engaging with in your local area. For one, I'm mixed. Two, I'm from the UK. And three, like, you know, the Romani community that I come from, as much as we are part of the Romani family, we are also a community that's a lot more visibly white-passing and white-skinned. It's not the same as it is for a lot of other Romani communities and other places, especially when you add in being queer. And yeah, the othering is complicated. Yeah.
Thank you a lot. That was amazing. What was your experience with your family coming out as a lesbian?
Well, I mean, family is really important for Roma people, right? So, like, say, one-to-one families are generally okay, a small bit. But then, for them, it's also important that the opinion of the community. So, in my case, was half acceptance, I guess. It was like, we're okay, we love you, but just make sure that no one else finds out. So it was like, let's keep this under the rug, like put it somewhere. Let's forget about it, never talk about it.
Okay. Actually, you told me yesterday that your family, you didn't want to tell your family that you may be bisexual, so you don't give them hope of...
Yeah, so I have many bisexual friends in the Roma community that, you know, they think that by saying they're bisexual, it makes it better for their family to accept. But in my case, it was actually worse, because that would give them hope that one day I'll just, you know, break up with my girlfriend and get a man, as I should.
How did you cope with the lack of support coming from your family when you decided to have a kid? And maybe you can tell us more about how you started thinking about it.
Yeah, so we knew that we want to have like a family, to have, you know, kids and all that. We just didn't see it possible in Romania. And over time, I grew really thick skin, so nothing really, any slur towards me as a Roma woman or as a lesbian woman, like really they don't really touch me. I mean, I do mind, but I wouldn't lose sleep over this, all right? I've heard them all. But at the same time, I didn't feel comfortable to, you know, bring into this world a kid that I knew is going to get bullied just for having LGBT parents, and I didn't think that was fair. And I thought that, you know, I'm being selfish for dreaming something like that, right? So we kind of postponed this and thought that that's something that we cannot dream of. Often we were told by friends that, look, it was your choice to be gay, so just deal with that. Gay people cannot have family, so deal with that. Even adoption is not possible, as you know, in Romania. So it's like, nope, get a cat, you know? You know, there is a thing with lesbians and pussies, I don't know why. So anyway, it was just not fair, you know, to, like, I love animals, don't get me wrong, but to compare your wish of being a mother to getting a pet, I think that's just hurtful. So I suppose we took an easy way out, so we looked for another place. And we decided to go to Ireland, which is a more open towards gay relationships and IVF treatments and all that to make our dream possible.
Okay, maybe you can tell us more about the journey, how it was.
So we knew nothing. We knew nothing. Like we just.
And also we had some pictures that we wanted to show. Wait.
So we knew nothing really. We just knew we want to have a family. We want to have a baby. We knew how babies are made. We tried, it didn't work. No, seriously now, we did struggle because, you know, also being from Roma community, it's like a rippling effect, right? This IVF, as we all know, it's a really expensive and time-consuming process, right? So we as Roma people, we're not as rich as, you know, other people because we have less education, less finances, less money really to hope for something like that. So we even having the money, right? So you think the other people are investing in the baby, right? So we all know how expensive it is to have kids. So even to get there, to spend so much money to just start the journey, it's mind-blowing to think of. So we did have some questionable routes that we were considering at some point for not seeing other options, but we've decided to kind of plan, wait. I'm an accountant, so everything, it's like budgeting and forecasting. Yeah, so it took us a good few years to plan for this, get the finances, decide what clinic to go for. And funny story about stealing now. Got this funny comment from a friend. Can you make sure that you get a darker skin donor so they don't think you stole the baby? So yeah, there's that with.
And for IVF, is it more expensive to have a family when you're part of a lesbian couple than a hetero one?
Sorry, I didn't get it.
So, like, do they help you with the expenses, the materials?
Oh no, raw material is the most expensive. Like, no, so you don't really get any help. Not sure now if heterosexual couples get any subvention or grants or free juice, but no, we didn't get any. Like, we had to pay for the whole process, raw material, clinics, intervention, all the usual.
And what about the attitude of people after you gave birth, after you had a kid? Did anything change?
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, family is really important to Roma community. So, you know, they do accept the baby. Our struggle is with the community as a wider, you know, as a wider space, you know. Not inside. Inside it's okay. They love the baby, bonding and all that. But outside is like probably presenting my girlfriend as the nanny or the...
And your parents, would they accept the baby easier than your girlfriend, as in even...
Yes, I'd say so, yeah, because they're like part of the family, whilst the girlfriend is not really that welcome in the community, no. But the baby, yes, because it's, you know, Roma people are blood, you know.
Okay, thank you a lot. And now we wanted to take some questions from the audience, if anyone has some. Oh, there's a mic there. So you have to speak to the mic so we can hear you.
Just speak here. Hi, thank you very much for this super, super exciting panel. Thank you for your different perspectives. I'm very interested, you said, Vera, how you were trying to get integrated into the queer community, and you said you were doing fine, but could you say more what we could do to give a good place for our Romney sisters in our community? Thank you.
Who are you? Who are you?
Oh, I'm Karen from Austria.
Thank you, Karen. I know in Austria there are many Roma people. Well, I'm also sure that you are part of movements. You are in LGBT, lesbian organizations, feminist organizations, and please include Roma women there. So do what you can, actually. Maybe in your neighborhood there are some Roma. I don't know what you can do, actually. You have to find your own local Roma community and Roma women there where you live, and then to approach them. Don't wait for them to approach you, because it's not so easy. We live in white world, white dominant world. And you as a lesbian, you know that. And it's very hard for Roma women to come to feminist organization, to lesbian organizations, because we feel, Roma lesbians feel inadequate about themselves. So I know that I know Lepas always is telling that it's important that white feminists invite Roma feminists for a coffee, Roma women for a coffee. Not to wait that Romani women will approach and say, let's hang out, because there is, like historically, that submissive feeling that we are not adequate enough for approaching to hanging out with white people. So please think about it. Think about people around you. And if you find someone who is Roma, LGBT, then you start to make conversation, to think how they feel and what they need, and how you can help.
Yes, just a very quick reminder that there is a mic for questions here where you're visible, and you should introduce yourself. I understand. I will return, of course. I'm sorry for the interruption. It's just to say you can also, if you have questions but don't want to be seen or identified, you can also use that mic. So don't hesitate. Visible? No, not visible.
Hola, soy Marga de España.
Marta from Spain.
Quería dar una información de una película muy interesante.
She would like to give information about an important movie.
Sobre dos mujeres lesbianas gitanas.
About two lesbian gypsy women.
Se llama Carmen y Lola.
It is called Carmen and Lola.
Es fácil encontrarla en internet.
It's easy to find it on internet.
Y muy recomendable porque ha sido una película muy galardonada por lo importante del tema, la introducción.
I forgot already, sorry. ¿Puedes repetir?
Sí. Bueno, es un film galardonado, muy galardonado.
It's a very prize receiving film.
Realizado por una mujer lesbiana también.
Made by a lesbian woman.
Y Arantxa, no recuerdo el apellido. Bueno, Arantxa, bueno.
Arantxa,
sí. But es recomendable verla, muy, muy recomendable, es fantástica.
Really recommendable to watch it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. It is. I saw that movie, and I also recommend to see it. You can feel the little bit of Romani culture and the lesbian existence.
I also have one more question, but it's for everyone. So, as a Roma lesbian myself, I always felt that to get more in touch with my lesbian identity, I had to get away from my Roma heritage somehow. And now that I'm older and I'm more confident in my sexuality and gender identity and all that stuff, I don't know how to come back to my roots and feel more connected with Roma people. So how do you deal with that? Or
I really relate to what you're saying. Something that I feel really helped me was I was part of, I'm not part of it now, I am as like a social part of it, but I was a founder of Traveller Pride, which is for LGBT Romani and travellers in the UK. And what I found is that connecting with my community who are queer and creating spaces for that is one of the biggest ways forward of like kind of being able to embrace both things. Because now, I mean, outside of Traveller Pride, I've now managed to connect with other queer and especially lesbian Romani people who we now do things like does everyone know what the term squat means? So if there are people who are homeless and are from the Traveller or from the Romani community in the UK, we go out and break into abandoned buildings and set them up to be livable homes. So, you know, I mean, I'm not saying you have to do that. I'm not being like, you've got to break into an abandoned building with loads of queer people. But, like, you know, I'm just saying that there's a variety of things you can do, and that could be one of them. But, like, just going back to your community and helping out on the grassroots level. So, on that kind of thing, like, I was helping a lot of queer travellers and Romani people in the UK who needed support work of like how to navigate all these different systems. If they were homeless, they were kicked out or disowned, and we became their queer family and like their chosen family. And we were able to offer things like if someone contacted me and said that they were just being kicked off of their site, we would just go and pick them up, bring them back to like our flat, and they would have a sofa to sleep on, food, and someone to help. And I think it's about recreating those and that's for wider queer people as well. We need to reconnect back to radical queerness, of having this sense of community spirit, of actually being there for each other, especially the trans community who are under a lot of attack right now. We need to be, you know, offering our homes, bread, radical, anarchist, you know, nasty queer spaces. We need more of it, you know. But yeah, does anyone?
So for me, going back to the roots, like you said, it's a bit challenging still, because I was obsessed for a really long time on the Roma community because I couldn't get my head around their discrimination. So I'm not saying it's acceptable for white privileged men, say, to discriminate. I'm not saying discrimination is bad, right? But from an oppressed group, right? A group that has been deported, that has been enslaved and everything, to throw back hate at another, you know, minority. I just couldn't find it acceptable, and I still cannot get my head
Yeah, it somehow
around
hurts you
this.
more when someone that knows your pain.
Yeah,
wants
exactly,
to hurt
exactly.
you.
It's someone that did walk into my shoes at a point in life. There's someone that do get discrimination at work. So, in terms of you should know better, I did not accept that, and I am now coming to terms with myself and saying, kind of, not sure if I'm correct or not, but finding excuses for them, saying, look, maybe I can change something, maybe it's a lack of knowledge, maybe it's visibility, they just don't know better. So the way I'm trying now to reconnect with the Roma community is by showing them that, look, you have a wrong idea about what lesbians are, what sexual orientation is. It's not, because they do think, many of them, that it's still a choice, so you should live with whatever, you know, comes at you. So that's my way, showing them the example. And we have a joke at home that we have a spare bedroom, so any homophobic and racist person is welcome to spend some time with us and see that we're as normal as any other family can be with.
Pa ja mislim da je mnogo teško kada jednom ispadneš da se vratiš ponovo u zajednicu.
I think that it's very hard to return to the community once when you are out of it.
Ja sam ispala tog trenutka kada sam krenula da se borim protiv prakse ugovorenih brakova I nasilja nad ženama I
I already dropped out the community when I started to work on child marriages and early marriages and that practice.
I nekako sam tada etiketirana kao neprijatelj broj 1, tako da...
And I was labeled as the enemy number 1 in the local community.
Tako da što se toga tiče, mislim, nemam neku potrebu da se vratim, ono kao da imam taj osjećaj da pripadam romskoj zajednici, ako ću na ovakav način nekako da spasim veliki broj devojčica I od nasilja I od ranih brakova.
And I don't have a need to return to the community, and if that is the price that I have to pay to save lives of many other girls, I'm for it.
I said already that I always felt like outsider in both communities, so I strongly believe that all nations are hallucination. I don't feel that I need that feeling of belonging to some national identity. What I have is a rage, actually, and I'm using that. I was outside from a community because I lived with white majority, and I felt like I'm a Roma through Romani activism, actually. And the Roma community accept me because of my roots and because of my brave and because of my education. And I use that in a broader community, not in the Romani community, because of that rage. Because I know Roma people are discriminated. I'm also discriminated on daily basis. Even I'm not so black. I'm not from Roma settlement. I feel that I'm different. And I use that to shock people, to provoke people. Sometimes I said, I'm Roma. And when I work with with people, I said, are you sure that there is no one who is Roma? And they said, no. And I said, okay, I am Roma. And they're shocked. But they learn by that. So I use it, and I cannot imagine that how I can go back to Romani community because I took everything. I actually, it's just the state of mind. I'm an activist, and I think that I belong to that activist community. And that's enough for me.
Okay, that was my last question, so I'm still waiting for questions from the audience, if anyone has one.
Hi, I'm Jess. I actually live in Manchester. I was the one who cheered for Manchester. Not England necessarily, but I was excited to see Manchester representation. Yeah. So something I was thinking about while you were talking about the gay village. I actually do a lot of research on that space and it being, it should be more inclusive essentially. But something I was wondering about was the charities, so the LGBTQ charities. I was just kind of curious, do they reach out? Do you work with them? Are they helpful for queer Roma people in general? What's your experience? Thanks.
Well, thank you for your question. Nice to see someone else from good old Manchester, yeah. But in terms of organisations, there isn't really like any. There's a real lack of Northern England like Romani or traveller organisations in the whole north. There's not many. There is like community meetups, but that's just for the Roma community. It's not really for just random people to like walk in and just, I don't know, sit and have a cake. It'd be a bit strange. Personally, because I had to work with, when I was homeless, there's a charity in Manchester called AKT, which is for youth LGBT homelessness. They really helped me with a variety of things. Like, I have a job coming up soon where my manager said after I'd been hired that she didn't feel comfortable having me on the team because she doesn't like, she used the word gypsies. She's now been fired, thanks to AKT supporting that, you know? Because I nearly didn't have a job because of it. But I will say, that's not very common to happen. Like, society usually doesn't really care if someone says something against the Romani or traveller community. It was only because my housemates actually work there with me or are going to be my colleagues, so we're very on it as well. But I will say, though, there is a massive problem with LGBT organisations in the UK just completely disregarding the Romani and travellers communities and wider like immigrant Roma communities that are residing in the UK. Like, there's nothing, and like they don't do anything, and the organisation Traveller Pride is like built up of a few like people from the community who are young doing all of the work, like doing everything. And LGBT organisations are failing, especially young Irish travellers who get kicked off of sites. Like, I had a case where there was a young Irish traveller trans woman who was she was a girl, she was 16, and the LGBT organisations, like, didn't really do anything for her. Like, she'd been kicked off of a site and was actually being hunted by her family. And they literally were like, oh, well, like, in 3 days we can find you somewhere. And it was like, she's 16, she has nothing. She has no bank card, she has no, basic thing. She needs help now. And the thing is that LGBT organisations in the UK do not seem to be prepared for the urgency that faces like these situations where there needs to be urgent action. So what ends up happening is all of us as like unpaid people from the community end up doing all of the work and labour for nothing. And I'm not saying it should be for anything, but the thing is that there's a lot of NGOs that survive in relative comfort and nice salaries and push papers around, and nothing actually happens for the communities on the ground. Which is why I ended up turning into havoc and mayhem activism at the end of it. But at the end of the day, like, I feel like that's the situation and it needs work. But I would really recommend Traveller Pride. That was the one that George Ward, or Cherry Valentine, my friend who's unfortunately passed away, he was actually just at the start of his journey of reconnecting to the community when he died. And he was actually working with us. I'm not officially affiliated with Traveller Pride anymore, but all of my friends work there and they're really fun. And it shows you the variety of the community in the UK as well. just because it's not just Roma. You got English Romani people, you got Irish travellers, boaters, Scottish travellers, showmen as well. There's a lot of different communities present in the UK. But yeah, and I can happily connect with you in Manchester.
Yeah.
You can come help open a squat if you want.
Let's do it. I'm ready.
But yeah, all right.
Thank you.
Okay, then that was all, I guess. Honestly, it was amazing hearing everyone talking about their life experiences, about the community, about how it is being a lesbian and being Roma and finally being heard and accepted and understood and all that stuff. I never quite felt like I had a home until I found lesbians. So thank you again for being here, for having me here, for LC, and for everyone that was listening to us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome home then, because to our lesbian home. And thanks for being, each and every one of you, a full-fledged revolution. We are going to coffee break, and then we'll have the workshops. For those who missed it at the beginning, there is a change of rooms. Just your attention, 1 minute. Lesbian archives are staying in the auditorium. It's happening here. Lesbian sports are going to be in the second floor, room 202. And that's actually going to be, I will repeat it throughout the day, but it's actually going to continue like that, meaning everything that was in room Olha Kobylianska will be in the auditorium, and the Leslie Feinberg will be in 202 second floor. So, enjoy the coffee and see you at the workshops. All right, welcome back. I'm counting on a very full room this afternoon. And I'm counting on the title of the panel to bring everybody to the room. But before we start with the panel, of course, I have a few announcements and also a little surprise. Yes. First, the announcements. I would like to say a big thank you. I was trying to see them in the room. I don't know if they can stand up, but a huge thank you to the activists of Queer Sisterhood Cluj who saved us yesterday. Stand up. Thank you so much for going and picking up some of our participants who had been dropped off, participants from Ukraine on top of everything that had been dropped off in the suburbs somewhere. And so thank you for running to our rescue. So thanks to them. Again, always, Dike's solutions, immediately, action, reaction. So the second announcement is, today at the end, after the workshops are finished, this is a call to all volunteers. That includes all board members, wherever you are. You're not exempt from this. There is a prep training for the Budapest Pride. So at 5:30, everybody stays here. Budapest Pride is going to train us for the security reasons. So stay here, please. At 5:30, you are summoned. And now, I'll ask Dori to introduce the surprise.
Okay, we had a workshop yesterday where we used the beginnings of our fairy tales in our book and some of the illustrations to create new stories, which are lesbian stories. And I would like to ask Barbara, who was one of our participants, to read this amazing, beautiful story that she wrote.
Hi. It's not that amazing, actually, but it was just fun to do so. Kitty had always loved to press her nose to the window pane and look out to the town of, sorry for the pronunciation, Lgbtiq. The lavender-tinted hills, the bubbling stream, and the ancient twisted cherry tree on the cobble square. She liked watching the children running around, flying kites up on the hillside, and helping themselves to cherries from the tree. Between her language lessons and her piano practice, she would imagine herself out there playing with them. But as the years went by and Kitty got older, Lgbtiq presented an increasingly sorry sight. The trousers of the kite-flying children became ragged. In the square, mothers started begging, getting down on their knees to plead for a couple of bread rolls. One day, Kitty saw an old woman scooping up water from the dirty stream to drink. This is from the actual book. I didn't write these amazing words. Kitty couldn't understand what had happened. Maybe she lost track of her town by being home all the time. The truth is that she lived in a castle and her family never let her talk to anyone but their teachers. Sounds like a lockdown. But she really wanted to know. In all those years of solitude, she had only talked with a few humans and her best friend, a blue and big, beautiful bird, Bluey, who visited her every morning before everyone woke up, because of course, grown-ups will be scared. So Kitty asked Bluey to take her to the village to see and understand what had happened. Bluey took her first for a flight around town, stopping in the fountain to listen to people. Listen was important. To the market to see how they interacted between each other. To the school to learn what they were teaching the children. And finally, to the house of the eldest of the village, an amazing woman, Lesbiadora. Lesbiadora was a wise woman, who would have said. She loved visitors and grew her own veggies and all these queer, amazing things that was just for her to do. Lesbiadora welcomed Kitty and told her that she had a magical potion to see and understand things clearly. She served Kitty a pink and bubbly drink and invited her to the table. Kitty began by sharing what she had seen, listening and learning, and Lesbiadora smiled over and over again, asking her questions and asking her opinion. Kitty was surprised. She has never been asked for her opinion before, but soon she was comfortable enough to say what she had seen: greedy men collecting all the clean water for themselves, storing grains instead of giving it to people. Children were told to shut up and say yes to the plans of grown-ups. Children were told that dreaming and playing was absurd and they should never speak up or cry. So by talking with Lesbiadora, Kitty began to realize how small changes could begin to reverse the sad path from Baudelaire, that it could take long, but it was possible. That same day, Kitty went back to the school in the plaza and invited all the young girls to Lesbiadora's house to have the magical potion, which was obviously pink lemonade with bubbling water. But the power and the true magic of the potion was the opportunity for young girls to have a voice and a place to talk to each other, to share, to think together. And that day, that same afternoon, the seed of revolution and changes in Baudelaire was born. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. As I got off the stage, I was reminded that I didn't do my job well with all the technical details, so some more. Which was that? Okay, just to be clear, the prep for the security, in case I missed it, I don't realize if I did that, but it's for the Dike March. If I forgot to mention that, this concerns the Dike March. Yes, Budapest Press is the organizer. So that was the confusion. Okay. So Budapest Pride is going to support us in, they are an organization, they're going to support us in preparing for securing our Dike March. Is that clear? Yay. Okay, maybe that's not clear. There is a Dike March tomorrow. Yeah, obviously, I'm telling the story in the wrong order. So, there is a Dike March tomorrow. Everyone should come. Then, there is a prep meeting tonight for those volunteers who are going to help with the security, and Budapest Pride is going to help us with that. Is now, yay! All right, you got it right. And we have, again, just bringing your attention to the changes of rooms. They're the same as this morning. So for the workshops, the lesbian money talks are happening in the auditorium. And the lesbian narratives, who were in the room Leslie Feinberg, are in room 202. So those who are intending to follow those, make sure to go to the right place. What time are they? They're at 3:45, immediately after the panel, when the workshops start. And then we have an evening program, like every day. And you should, in particular, two things that, of course, there is always the cultural program that's permanent with the exhibitions, but the banner making is taking place at the Feminist Library. So for the Dike March, banner making tonight, for those who want to go, that would be really great, as many of you as possible. And of course, and the other activity tonight is creating a lesbian cultural archive that will be at the hotel, the Danubius. So lesbian virtual archives. So another part of the program that you should not miss out. It's all in the participants pack. So, without further ado, let's talk about this panel. So, actually, at the end of the Kiev conference, we reported on what was sort of wishes, what were your wishes for the next edition? And one of the things that came back and that I had the luck to report on was you wanted to talk more about sex, about love, and about lesbian desire. So we delivered. And this panel is as part of today's theme, We Are the Revolution, because as we've already discussed a lot, and as we'll hear from our participants and our speakers, just being lesbians, owning it, means existing outside the norm. Loving each other is in itself transgressive. And our bodies, our relationships are so eminently political. So just being ourselves is in itself resisting the cis heteronormative imperative. And I want to cite here Lepa, who we've already had the chance to appreciate her powerful words yesterday, and whose words we keep on quoting and quoting, but they're so relevant right now. Every lesbian kiss is a revolution. So, I'm going to try to say this without rolling my R this time. Discussing the power of the erotic is in the spirit, we want to do this in the spirit of how Audre Lorde was exploring it, and we're going to discuss it with the speakers through art, academia, through representation, and through how, with our gender expression, our identities, and the way we exist, we reclaim our own agency. And for our moderator, Janar.
Yes, let me present Maram Khan. She's political co-coordinator of Inter-LGBT, please. And all participants, meanwhile, come to the stage. She's also visual artist who believes lesbians will save the world.
Thank you, Janar. Thanks, Janar. Thanks, Eve. And thank you to everyone here to attend this fabulous panel. So let's talk about sex and love, I guess so. So my name is Maram Khan, pronoun she, her. I am an ESC board member, and I get to sit down here today with these four fabulous people to talk about the lesbian desire. So we have Irene, do I pronounce it right? Okay. Irene, Mima, Sandra, and Tini. So thank you, all of you, for saying yes to the invitation of ELC to be here today. So just some point, I am the boss today. Like you all agree, I am the boss. So I will ask them three quick questions first, and after there will be a surprise. It's good. And after that, you will be able to ask some questions. I hope that you will ask many questions that it will be possible. So let's start. Let's start with a little story. I will ask you to imagine the world. Imagine a world. Imagine the five continents. Imagine the oceans, imagine the seas, imagine a continent named Africa, imagine a tiny country that is on the west, on the far, far west, named Senegal. Imagine a little city named Dakar. Imagine in this city yellow cabs like here, some African street food. Imagine some spices, imagine a lot of noise, people having fun. Imagine also some ginger juices, imagine people having some dance and some events. Imagine a tiny little girl, really tiny, like really, really short. With an amazing afro hair, like amazing big afro hair. Imagine her being shy. Imagine her being an introvert. Imagine her full of a melancholia that will be diagnosed later to be a depression at an early stage. Imagine that girl bred with the culture of silence. Imagine her in a society where the female desire is not expected, where emotions are unsolicited, and where lesbians don't exist, because in that country, in that town, they don't even have name for the lesbians. The lesbianism, the lesbian desire, the female desire have been taken from me, have been stolen from me, and it took me literally a decade and so to find my own self, find my own truth, and to define what I want for myself and what is it that I really want, what is it that I really desire in this lesbian life that I have. So I return to you, Tini. The first question will be for you. How was it? How was it for you as a lesbian desire when you were growing up?
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Hey, I'm very glad to be here. So my name is Tina Tino Gaideli. My stage name is Reme. Everybody calls me Tini, so I have many names. Some of them helped me to be in the closet. So interesting. I think we are a lot to be able to relate to your story of us as a child, that our identities has been stolen from it. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous, but I hope talking about sex will help me get better. So I have prepared some notes because it helps me to be less nervous. So as a child, I was a daydreamer. I daydreamed a lot. And even though, and I always dreamed to be a boy, like every decent dyke at some point of their lives, right? And that didn't help me at all to know that I was gay when I was little, at all. Like, quite late, I would go dreaming about girls, but I was thinking that I just want to be a boy, that's it. And it's a dream, it doesn't count. So it took years. And when I'm a baby dyke, by the way, proud baby dyke. But I think me being here today, it kind of takes me out. And also it's been 3 years, and so thank you very much. But as a baby dyke, every decent baby dyke makes a list, right? Like, what was my first crush? And that friendship wasn't really a friendship. And, oh, my best friend. And so I made my list, obviously. But the most surprising of the moments was only a year ago. So I was shocked myself, because I was like, it's my entire adult life, approximately, I know I'm queer. And it was only a little bit more than 1 year ago, I have realized that I have had first sex with a girl. And I didn't know it. I didn't know it. And I was like, now I have all this vocabulary. I know what humping is. I know what is scissoring. And we were fully naked. And I'm like, that was sex. And imagine my baby dyke joy for it. So I just didn't have words, and I think knowing who you are as a child, and we were teenagers, so that's why it's related to the childhood. I didn't know, obviously, and that is one of the first things that struck me when I started to come out and find words and vocabulary for everything. And when I came out to that person with whom I, a few years ago, and I remember she was silent for half an hour without looking at me. At the end of half an hour, we were several people, several friends. She says, I've never been interested in girls. Oh. So she still doesn't know. It's like, don't tell anyone. Yes, so that's my story about me being a child and a dyke.
Yes, go, Irene.
Okay, thank you, Maram. Thank you all. I'm quite a bit nervous because I'm not very able to speak English publicly. I'm Italian as a mother tongue, so I try to do my best. So, this first question. My story is a little bit sad, but not that sad because I'm proud of me, because I mean, my encounter with female homosexuality and the word lesbian was a quite traumatic one. I mean, I was 6 years old and I was a baby butch, and like all and like all male children, I wanted to play soccer, of course. I used to play soccer with my father every day, but for some strange reason, he didn't want to take me to a football team, to a soccer team. And I didn't understand why. He told me soccer is not a sport for girls. I mean, probably you received, many butch received this answer in their life, but I could see that there was something behind this declaration. So I stress a lot my mom, not my father, of course, but my mother, to know the truth. And one day she told me, we don't want you to play soccer because we were told that many soccer players are female homosexuals. And they told me, we don't want you to grow up as a lesbian. So this is, I mean, now I am able to tell this story with an audience, but at the beginning was not easy to elaborate it. So I did not arrive at lesbianism through bad or good representation, I arrived through stigma. And when I grew up, it was quite natural for me to feel attraction for women, and the figure of the managed lesbian became over time the dress in which I feel most comfortable, that one that gives meaning to both my gender identity and my erotic experience. And this is not to say that it has been easy. I struggled, and I'm still struggling with internalized homophobia and internalized butchphobia, but attending soccer team, because in my 20s I decided to play soccer. Yes. And attending community give me a lot of power, and now I'm doing a PhD research on feminist and queer theory, and I'm deeply grateful to the Anglophone scholars who have written a lot on butchness and butch identity, on lesbian and trans masculinity, and I'm really grateful because I can show myself, I can see myself in that picture of the managed lesbian. And now I can say I'm exploring the link between butch and trans identities, and also because I think that there is a need now, at least in Italy, to explore the nuances between butch and trans identity and non-binary spectrum, I can say. And I mean, I'm trying to develop with some friends a translation of the Anglophone canon of Butch Femme Archive, because it's something that is significant to my desire and to my erotic identity. And so this is my story.
Okay, hello, I'm Sandra. Thank you for the invitation. It's the first time that I'm here. I'm very excited. I didn't expect that there are so many people and so many lesbians here. I'm kind of nervous, but also very excited that you're so many here. So cool. Really, I love it. I just love it. It's just also on the other side a bit strange to talk with so many strangers about your sexuality, right, and personal stuff. But I feel like, I don't know, like I felt like I don't want to prepare something like, and I want to feel the atmosphere and the energy between us here and also with you in the audience, and how I feel also to share my personal stuff. And Actually, I didn't know. Like before the speech, for preparing for the panel, was like, let's talk about sex, and I was like, what? This we didn't agree, but okay. So the story was that I was supposed from the beginning to be a boy. When my mother was pregnant, the doctor said that I will be a boy. So when she gave birth, my grandfather always loved, I don't know why, to tell me this story. You know, we all went to the hospital because we thought finally a boy, because you were the second. My first the sibling is a sister, and we went all to the hospital to make a big, you know, like to celebrate it. But then on the halfway we heard that it's just a girl, and then we went back home and we were very disappointed. And he loved to tell me this story when I was 3, 4, 5. Yeah, and then on the other side, it was like because we many Roma have 2 names, right? I'm an artist. I'm Romni. I'm an actress. So my name is Sandra, but in my Roma community, nobody knows who is Sandra. My Roma name is Tsane. But the interesting thing is that my grandmother gave me this name, and Tsane is actually male. So it was always, where is Otsane, which is like the boy. So I was all my life like named as a boy. So I was always a bit confused, but it was also like, you know, coming from a, let's say, very conservative family, and I think a lot of us coming from conservative family, I don't want to talk just about stereotypes about Roma. I think a lot of us know how it is also to come from religious families or whatever. I never felt it was strange. From the beginning, when I was 5 or 6 years, I watched weddings, and I felt like, this is not right, and I don't know why. Nobody told me this. I mean, back then I'm born in Serbia. It was still communism. We didn't have TV, or I don't know from where I would have this, but I know that I always told to my mother, like, I will never marry. And she was like, what the fuck are you talking? You know, like, don't talk this bullshit. Every girl has to. But I was 5, and I was so convinced that this is not part of my life. So I think I was really born lesbian. So really, because I felt from the beginning that I don't want this. I mean, of course, as a teenager, I tried, because of course, a lot of us, we think, especially as teenagers, you feel this pressure, you have to do what everybody is doing, but I was so fucking bored. And then with 15, when I met this girl and we had this first kiss, suddenly a completely new world opened up, and was like, wow, okay, this is it. So, and I think this was my moment with 15, when it was very clear, like, because I was desperate, everybody said like, oh, it's so nice to kiss a boy, and you feel this and that, and I didn't feel nothing. And then suddenly it was like, okay, wow, that's it. And that's my path. Since then, I'm a lesbian, and I love to be a lesbian, so this is the thing.
Hi everybody, so nice to be here, and I think I'm here by mistake, because I'll tell you, when I heard we're supposed to talk about sex, and like I haven't heard it in like God knows how long, blame my wife here, I think it's the pandemic and the war and all this. Anyway, I'll still talk about stuff. I hope it's going to be entertaining enough. Yeah, I've realized like with everybody here talking, that I have so many things in common with you all. I mean, also this Sandra's story just reminded me, when I was born, first the midwife said it's a boy, and this is like, then of course I was not, I suppose, and then my mom always used to call it the curse of the midwife. How I turned out. This is God's honest truth. And what Maram was talking about, actually, I mean, this is very much like my story. I know I look 25, but I'm actually 46. And I was growing up in the war in Yugoslavia. Broke up in the 90s, and I was just growing up into, you know, I was about 15 or 16. And you know, when the war starts, usually it's whether you're aggressor or the victim in the war. It's always both countries or all countries involved have this like very nationalist discourses, and these nationalist discourses are always very heteropatriarchal. It's about reproducing the nation and so on. So any chance of having any sexual alternatives were quenched in the moment of in the time of war. So I think the importance, what Maram was talking about, the importance of language, the importance of, you know, how do we develop desire? I mean, to have desire, you have to have an object of desire. You have to have the language of desire. You have to have the visibility of this in, you know, in the spaces that you encounter. And I grew up in Zadar, which is a very beautiful, but as beautiful as it is, it's just as conservative, very religious, very, you know, right-wing and you know, traditionalist. So this was the space of no visibility. I never heard of any lesbians. My parents didn't have any friends who were, you know, queer or anything of the sort. And any inputs, any visual inputs were completely non-existent. I mean, not even the, you know, the Hollywood, you know, the people will talk about like Hollywood movies as a reflection also of some kind of, you know, like mainstream access. All the queer characters back in the day, in the olden age, were, you know, they were either psychopaths or like victims, or there were no happy stories. So of course this was not available either. And now my first so it's a very actually paradigmatic of the time. In 1991, Croatian television bought this series, this BBC series, which was like a awarded series based on Jeanette Winterson's novel, Oranges Are Not the Only Fruit. It's a very good show. So Croatian TV bought this, and this show, I don't know if you know the book, it's a great book, it's a great story about a girl growing up in a, she has been adopted in a very Christian family, kind of like woo, like kind of crazy Christian, very oppressive family. So the first episode airs on TV, and I'm seeing this character that feels kind of like, okay, she's kind of, I mean, like, I don't have the language for it, but I'm strangely drawn to this show. And first episode is aired, and I'm hooked, and I want to see the second episode. And in the second episode, there's a character development, there's a story development where this girl meets another girl who's also in this community, and there's a scene somewhere mid-second episode where these two girls hook up, and you see a kiss, and you see some tits, and suddenly, in the middle of this fucking scene of tits, suddenly the broadcast is cut off. I swear to fucking God. So there's nothing. I mean, that's a national television that probably nobody watched this show before they bought it. I mean, like, you see censorship in action, and it was just like, you know, the whatever I don't know what you call it when suddenly nothing is happening, and then I don't know what they aired, and the third episode was never shown. So basically, I mean, like, this is insane. Unfortunately, I mean, I don't have this was pre-internet time, and nobody could talk about this. But like the queer people of my generation still remember this. And you know, this was the fucking signal. This was the sign what's going to happen to you. If you do appear somewhere, you're going to be erased. So I was 16 at the time. So this basically stunted my lesbian desire, and it took more years for me to leave, actually. And this is a very important topic for like queer emigration, because like it needed. I had to move to the UK to actually realize there's a whole, you know, like there's a whole landscape of visibility for lesbians, for queers. There's a literature, you know, there's a whole in the bookstores. There's a whole sections of LGBT literature. There was none of that back in my country. So. This is not. I mean, this is a story that gets to have a happy end some years later. But I think generation-wise, I think it's really important to notice what we have today, and it's really great to be part of the activist movement for 20 years now to see this change. I mean, now you have visibility anywhere, and you have the internet. You have access. You can hook up. You can connect with people, and sometimes you don't even have to emigrate. I mean, like, I'm glad I did. Thank God. Anyway, thanks.
Thanks, Mima. Thanks, all of you. So we talk a lot about the stories of coming out, first of coming in, coming out, the early love stories, butchness, the gender identity also about all of this, the stereotypes, but also how our lives are not the L word, like it was not that. So I would like to, since we were talking about love, sex, and the desire, one thing is that the dominant talks that we will have, that people will have, is really about men and women, like how they have sex, what are the boundaries about it, etc. But to my knowledge, we don't really talk about the boundaries in the relationship between women, in the lesbian relationship. So the next question will be, how should lesbians include themselves in the conversation about consent? So I will first start with Irene, if you want to answer the first question. Consent and relationship with lesbians.
Consent okay. I think I know many friends who hold the workshop on the subject of consent in intimate relationship. It's a very hard topic in this moment, also in Italy, in lesbian activism. So I'm not an expert. I can try to say something, in my opinion, about the relationship between lesbians and consent in intimate relationship. Because, I think that we as lesbians have a great opportunity to reflect on consenting sexual relationship. Unlike cisgender men, we have many opportunities to realize the existence of sexism, of sexual harassment, of violence against women, either because we suffer them, or because we have suffered, or because our partners suffer these questions. So, we are not outsider of the system, of the patriarchy, of the system of masculinity and femininity, but I think lesbians live in a position that makes it easier for us to become aware of the existence of these kind of things. And I think we have to say it to each other. We live in a position in which the raising of consciousness on this issue is easier, I think. And also on this topic, I think that also we as lesbians are more used to not considering femininity or masculinity or the mixture of the two we acted as something natural, but as something we construct together and we construct in our relationship. So, in my personal relationship, my butch masculinity is confirmed and loved every day by my partner. And I know I have learned on my skin that without her recognition, my existence is in general more fragile, difficult, and troubling. So this is not directly linked to consent, but I think that we live in a position in which we can see easier the importance of the presence of the other, intended not as an object but a subject in our relationship. So I think, I try to valorize this picture of lesbianism in my work as a PhD student. And sexuality is a difficult terrain in which we struggle with anxieties, fantasies, shame, and a lot of things. But I think sometimes in lesbian archive, in butch femme archives, we find many important things to manage the question of desire. And sometimes I think that these issues can be useful also for heterosexual people, for men and women heterosexual. And this is my contribution to the question.
Thank you, Irene. So I will pass to Sandra. How do you see the question of consent in your daily work, for example? Tough question, I know.
I was afraid of this question. No. Exactly, yeah. No, I think, I mean, to be honest, I was never thinking I don't know, in my lesbian life and with my partners that consent is a very big issue or topic or a thing, because for me it was always clear, as you also started, that it's much more in heteronormative relationships that people or men cross boundaries. But for sure, I'm sure that also it happens among women. I think what you also mentioned, I mean, what I can I think the thing is that I'm sure that among women we are much more aware about what we, if we had straight couples, that just communication is really, really missing. And I think this is something that among women, I think that we have much more this awareness and this strength, like really to talk with each other. But if it's in I don't know if, I mean, I was also thinking with this, what you said before about that they showed in TV, like this sex scene, and suddenly it was cut. You know, when I was starting to study acting, and I started to watch the first, it calls Identities, like LGBT movie, it's like every year they showed, it was like a movie festival, an LGBT festival, and 20 years ago when they showed like a lot of gay movies, it was always with a lot of sex, like a lot. Like you have stories, like a normal story, it's not about, I'm not talking about porn, but it's shown, it's exposed. And then when it came to lesbian movies, it was like always a big drama, then there was one kiss, and then the next day, and it's like, and where is this fucking sex? You know, I was so annoyed when I was 20, because I was curious. I wanted to see something and to learn something, but there was no material. And I mean, this what you found on the internet, it was made man for man, so there was stereotypes just for men. So when I was 23, I was shooting one, it was in some film festivals. It's not really a porn, it's like sex art, because I tried to do something and to make something visible, because on one side it's like this fetish always on us lesbians, like, two girls, can I join? It's always like, it seems like so sexy, and the fetish, and also with my appearance, like also one exotization, right? So, but on the other side, we also want to see some cool and nice and sexy movies, right? But made by us. So this is something what I was, for me it was very important, like to produce something, or to talk also about this, and also to find our aesthetic which fits for us, like seeing sexual scenes where we can enjoy and think it's really made from like women for lesbians. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Sandra. You want to?
Can I go next? I just wanted to comment on this thing, these films with lesbians, you have a kiss and then next day. I think it's very realistic. I mean, if you ask me, I think it was somebody shooting my life. No, I would have, please help. I would have been interested, actually, I mean, like, I know we don't have much time, but I would have been interested to hear how it is, how being on film sets, how this consent is negotiated. For instance, I mean, like, my wife, she wrote her MA thesis on feminist porn. So the difference between, like, regular porn and feminist porn, how you negotiate consent on you know, in the shooting process. But anyway, I mean, we can talk about that later. I wanted to, yeah.
I just can answer. I mean, the difference I think we had on the film set was that we are really we were really constructing a completely choreography so that we knew always what comes next. So we really rehearsed it. So it was never a surprise that suddenly also, like I had also as an actress, I also had this kind of experiences in heteronormative plays where suddenly the guy grabbed me and I was not prepared. So it's also in theater and movie, it's a lot about consent, especially if it's about love and sex scenes, like to talk about it. And this is why we wanted to create a space where we said, okay, let's talk about every single choreographed thing, you know? And I think this is the difference where we try to create a safer space for shooting sex scenes.
Yeah, I mean, they have now intimacy coordinators and all. I mean, I think that's great. I think that's a great accomplishment. I do have to disagree with what you said before, like women have this more of a sense of boundaries. I actually think that women or people who have been socialized as women have a huge problem with boundaries because our boundaries are constantly crushed. And this is something we actually have to learn. So when it comes to consent, and consent is about being aware of your own boundaries and being, you know, having the guts to communicate them, and even with the most intimate relationships. And it's and also I'm going to quote my wife, who yesterday talked about BDSM in a photography workshop. I don't know why she brought it there, but I think it's I think it's a very good example of how, I mean, this is a place, even if you are not into BDSM, I think it's a very good tool that is used. So you have to discuss a lot of things. You have to sit with yourself and see what feels comfortable, what I would be willing to do, and what I would be willing to expose myself to. You know, this vulnerability that is not forced on you. I mean, that's not taken away from you. It's a conscious vulnerability and letting another person enter this space. And I mean, I'm 46 and I'm still learning that. And there's this great book called Set Boundaries, Find Peace. I would recommend it. I can send it to all of you. No, seriously. I mean, it comes from families. It's like how you stand up to your fucking parents. I mean, siblings, friends, bosses at work, boss who's moderating your event. You know, like I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I would never stand up to you. I'm a little bit afraid. You are small, but I think you're tough. So I think it's a huge deal, and I don't think that we as lesbians or women have a big advantage. I think we have a lot of learning, and I think this is a great space where you can feel safe and communicate these things and learn about yourself. So this is my contribution to the question. Wow. Yeah.
Wow, Mima.
Yes, thank you.
So I have some kind of middle ground compared to Sandra and what Mima said, because I lived like 17 years with straight relationships. So then I got dumped, and I was like very unhappy. But the second month, I have downloaded Tinder and started swiping girls. So I'm meeting this girl in Stockholm. She has this blue eyes, gives me like my head is spinning when I see that. And we spend an amazing evening, and we are on a party. She takes me to a party, and we walk afterwards. And at some point, she asks me, "What time is it?" And I'm like, "It's time to kiss." And so we kissed. And we kissed long hours. Like, I don't remember, but probably 2-3 hours just making out. And at some point, I'm freaking out. And she says, like, "Do you want to come up at my place?" And I'm like, "No." And all of a sudden, I start apologizing. "I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry I made you horny and all, but I have no intention of coming up at your place. I'm really, really sorry." And then something crazy happens. She looks at me and she says, "This is perfect, and it's enough, and it's great." And I was like, "What?" What? And I have never forgotten that experience. So I was very lucky, and I totally agree with you. Not all lesbians are great with boundaries. But I met someone who was exemplary to me. So she was my mentor for a while. Thank you, Therese. And so that was my experience, but I also write. And when I write, I don't think like, now today I'm going to wake up and I'm going to write for the cause. No, I ovulate and I write. Or I PMS and I write. So that's the first thing. I write from my guts. I write for... cause is not the thing where I sit down and I'm not thinking I'm going to write about it. Or now today I'm going to write about consent. I don't write like that. I write from my guts. I write for my closeted selves, as an apology, as to give it a validation or existence, but I don't write to think like, now today I'm going to write something nice, but I do take distance afterwards. And I do not believe in neutral artists, and Alice Coffin, who was around here, has a big, huge influence to me, and other French feminists who write a lot about subjecting bodies, for example, and these kind of things. So I'm not neutral where I write, so I write what I believe in anyways. So currently I'm working on a project in which I have it's not a book in which I can totally explore erotics, but there is one stage where I have a whole chapter, very steamy chapter, it's 2,000 words, several pages, it's just all sex. And I realized that I took a step back. When I read it back, I have sent it to Natia first, I think. And then I took the step back. Then I realized that my character gets no'd 5 times. And it is a very step-by-step consensual situation, and there's sex, but there's like no to this and yes to that. And I'm very scared that I'm never going to finish this project, so lesbian gods who exist, give me force and everything. But I'm very proud of the scene because it's very horny and at the same time erotic, unromantic, unstereotypical. And I did think later, like, I don't want to have a lesbian sex that is like represented all over the place. So there is this mixture to me, the writing about from my guts, but because I believe in it, I'm writing it like that. And I'm trying to think how we negotiate that consent. And when you create something artistically, you do have to think about it because we have learned those. And the good news is we can unlearn that and we can have this bring it in, creating vocabulary, creating the narrative by us is very important so that we can unlearn at some point. I just want to check if I don't forget something. Yes, and because I was introduced by this Swedish to this very beautiful concept of consent, I have always thought about it, and the possibility of no is a must to me when we talk about lesbian desire. And to end up with a little other story, later on I met another Swedish girl, and it was not at all my type of girl. She was not even gay. And it was not a date, and somehow we ended up making out. And we make out for hours and hours. And at some point she said, I'm thinking, can I go to the next step? So I'm asking, like, can I take your shirt off? And she's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I have to go home. I'm not ready for it. And then I could feel my invisible baby Dike crown on my head. That I put it, and I'm like, baby, this is great already. And I called to my mentor, and I'm like, here he is! You know what I did yesterday? Yeah.
Thank you all for this in the put about the consent. And yes, consent can be about the no's, but can also be about the yes. So it's really something. Irene, do you want to add something about? No, you're okay. Okay. All right.
They are better than me. They are actresses. I'm not able to. I'm an intellectual. I'm not able to do these performances.
You're doing great, Irene. My last question will be about something I heard on the last panel last night, and I don't remember who said it. I think that it's Ellen, but I'm really not sure. And she was saying that personal is political, existence is political. And I would like to know, what do you think, this panel, about the sexualities and the desires that we have, are they political, and should they be political? So I will start with Mima, if you want. Yes?
Of course. I mean, of course. Everything is political. Water that we drink is political. Air that we breathe is everything around us is politics, basically. And sexuality is hyper-political because it's the base of oppression. And especially female sexuality. As we know, it's not only lesbian sexuality, it's like reproductive rights and sexuality. So we live in a time where, you know, female sexuality is highly, highly political. And we're all taking part in the struggle. But what has always interested me as an activist and as a political being has been to detect places and spaces that are seemingly unpolitical and put politics in there, put lesbian politics in there, put lesbian visibility in there. So probably some of you know this because you watch Who Wants to Be a Millionaire show. Some, I don't know, 15 years back, I thought, yes, thank you, Biljana. Yes. So my idea was like, you know, like entertainment is what, you know, as we talked about shows and films and everything, and entertainment is the place where we first seek ourselves, our reflections, allow to permission to desire lesbian visibility. And some of these places have just been taken over by, you know, they're heterosexual by default, but nobody talks about it, nobody thinks about them. And I thought always like, okay, let's go into those spaces. You can, of course, you go to Pride March, you go to, you know, political events, but let's see if we can lesbianize quiz shows, if you can lesbianize cooking shows. So you go on a show where nobody expects, you know, you to raise a lesbian question. And so, I mean, for me, the desire, the activist desire, because this is actually what's kept me going in, you know, in activism for 20 years, has been this desire for a change, but creative kind of ways of entering these spaces. So, popular culture, I mean, there are, I mean, for instance, when I came out on, so I came out on the Millionaire show that was regionally aired. It was aired on Easter, which is the biggest Catholic holiday. It was a particularly interesting moment, and my father went on the show with me, and he was like very nervous, even more nervous than I was. So, you know, going in there and having everybody treat you like you're the most normal thing, and they cannot exploit you, because this is a usual thing. You know, like when you're a lesbian and you get into the media, they're gonna try to exploit you. They're gonna try to kind of make you into a victim. So you cannot control the narrative. And this is the thing. How do we go into the non-political spaces and still get to control the narrative? So I think I would recommend to go on a quiz show, because you can make money, right? And I cannot lend you any money because I invested it into stock market and it crashed. It was 2008, so forget about it. And I paid for my ex-girlfriend's eye surgery, and when she opened her eyes, she left me because she was like, this is true. I mean, okay, it's true that she left me. It wasn't immediate. Like, she still gave me a few years. And then, you know, like, so I think the politics, I think we have to be aware that every act that we do as humans is political. So when we go out on the Pride March tomorrow, on the Dike March, I mean, when we walk down the street, if you don't look cis, if you hold hands with your girlfriend, you're being fucking political all the time. You're political at home when you're talking to your parents and discussing this. And another thing I just wanted to say, I did a political campaign like 2 years ago, before the pandemic actually. I ran for European Parliament. I actually cycled. I cycled for 1,000 kilometers through Croatia, and my actually political campaign was very non-political. I was going to people's homes, they were hosting me, they were cooking for me vegan food, and I was taking, yes, very political also, you know, what you eat is very political. And I was actually telling their stories. I was using this political space to tell somebody else's story. Me as a lesbian, an openly out lesbian. So you kind of bond in these spaces, so you bring humanity to politics, and you bring politics to popular culture. So I think it's, yeah, thanks. So this has been my strategy. So I'm just giving a few examples what politics have meant to me and what kind of interventions have been very exciting and very hot and such things to me. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you, Mima. I will give the button to Sandra. I think that you want to display something.
Yeah, but I would like to say something before. Yeah, I mean, of course, I totally agree with you that being lesbian and having sex with women is absolutely political. And for me, I can also talk from the perspective as an artist, because when I was young and I just started to, you know, to have my career, I thought that I have to fit in the box, you know, like to look very girly, to go to castings where it's about, you know, like these typical heteronormative stories they would produce in TV, film or theater. So I really tried to fit in this box, and I was also few years I was kind of successful in this field, but I felt like something is not right and something is also not authentical, also who I am, and I started more and more to have this awareness in general about my intersectional identities. So I'm not just lesbian. I'm first I'm a woman. I'm Romni. So I'm ethnic, I'm POC, and I'm lesbian. So I started to be aware that I want to found with my sister an association and to produce our own narratives, like showing stories about queer art, about also Roma in this intersectionality. So because for me, I felt also like being like a director and an actress, and being a public person, I have a lot of responsibility what I represent, right? Like also for other generations. So for me, it was very important to start to produce my own productions and narratives, where I wanted to empower more our Romani people, our LGBT people, our trans people. And it was the first time, because you also said, thank you, that it's very important not just to stay in our bubble and to speak. I mean, of course, it's great. I love it to be here, but just staying in the bubble and talking about LGBT intersectionality, blah blah, it's fine. But if the world outside has nothing like an interaction, and we cannot emerge there, so that there is a big change. So yeah, we stay in our bubble, but we have kind of to, how you say, to crash the more public spaces, more the big heteronormative mainstream spaces, also to crash and to change society. So one of my highlight of my productions was Roma Army, where, because before, when I started to do my own art, it was usually more in independent art in small theaters, which is fine and cool, and of course most of activists are going there. But then we actually we achieved the first time that we made a production with it was the first time that on a state theater in Berlin, like in a big state theater in one of the most important, almost only Roma artists came together, and we wrote a play together, like based on an idea from my sister and me. And it was very important also because it was the first time that Roma could show themselves and their narratives, and not also stereotypes, because the half of our cast was queer. And it was the first time, I think, that on a state theater you could see Roma artists who were talking about their topic, but from their own perspective, not white people talking about Roma or LGBT or lesbians. So it was very important for us to do this show. and it was, the production was in Berlin, and because I wanted also just a small story, and we had then, we played it also in other cities, also in Bucharest. We also wanted to play it in Belgrade, but then it never happened. But we also had a play in Vienna, because I live in Vienna, and all my family came to see the play. And in this play, I said the first time on stage, I'm lesbian. And it was the first time that my parents were there, like all my family. Yeah, so this was the highlight of my life, and it was just some years ago. But it was very important also, like, to include these people and not just to stay among us. And I would like just to see a teaser from Roma Army. We will still play it in Berlin. If you can play, maybe it's just a trailer, just to, if someone is in Berlin, you could look at Maxim Gorky Theater. If we can play this trailer.
Now is the time to build a Roma army. Esto es una revolución.
Die Roma-Revolution ist der Kampf der Nicht-Weißen dieser Erde gegen ihre Unterdrücker. Wie kannst du nicht gewalttätig sein, wenn deine eigenen Leute versklavt, ermordet und sterilisiert wurden und immer noch in Brand gesteckt, deportiert, erniedrigt, unterdrückt und diskriminiert werden?
Ich wünsche mir, dass wir so gesehen werden, wie wir wirklich sind und nicht wie die Gadja uns darstellen. Ich wünsche mir, dass wir endlich hinter unserer eigenen Identität stehen. Ich wünsche mir, dass wir für uns selbst sprechen und unsere eigene Politik machen.
Thanks, Sandra. Can you just tell us a quick word about what we just seen?
The idea was based our ideas was because Roma are coming from we have a very oppressed history, and I think a lot of people don't know that we were enslaved. So the idea was also just as a fantasy, what if we would build a Roma army and have our own army? Because Roma, we don't have a country, we don't have our own legislations, we don't have our own language, right? So what would happen, with which narratives we could fight back and stand up and being proud and with and with confidence to have a revolution against the Gaja people. So this was actually the idea of Roma Army, and also to show the diversity of Roma and not just to show one small narrative that they are not the Roma. I think we really tried to show the diversity in our people. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Sandra. I will pass the baton to Irene. So the question is about the lesbian desire and the politics. Should they be politics?
Yes, I totally agree with Nina, and I want to say that I love when people say lesbian or dykes publicly, because I study a lot the history of the feminist movement in Italy, and it took a very long time before the feminist movement in Italy said lesbian with pride. There were a lot of conflicts in the 80s, so I really love, I think that lesbian or dyke are words that make a rupture. And I want to add something on our speech. I am also very interested in the history of the everyday life of lesbian and queer people. I went before to a panel on archive, very linked also to political engagement, political activism, and I think it's very important. But I really like to read history of the past of lesbian people, of queer people, and I really love to read in that pages the way in which these people try to organize their erotic identity, try to become more visible, try to live an enjoyable life and a life full of pride. And I think, like Nina, that everything of our life is political. We don't need to recreate ourselves because we are just political. And so this political, for me, is also linked to the everyday life. And I really like I think we have to create also archive of the experience in the past. I mean, I read a lot of the experience in the past, and I find something of myself when I read the construction of the identity also in the past. I mean, something changed for sure, but and I'm really grateful because in this way I can learn something about me. I don't know how to say, but I really agree with you that everything of us is political and is in the way that we are is political. So we don't need to try to engage in a changement of ourselves. Try to imagine ourselves in our ways. I mean, what we are is political for me. I want also to add this, to create also archive of our everyday lives, of the everyday lives of queer and lesbian people in the present and in the past. And so only...
Thank you. I love the idea of finding a little bit of yourself in archives. That's so cute. I don't want to repeat myself, so I totally agree with all of you guys. I think that I am French by nationality, Georgian from origin. I write English and Georgian, so I'm a strange mixture of all these languages, but I write quite a lot of things in Georgian, and I sing in Georgian, and I do think that the way I look is a statement. Me singing folk songs, I don't even change anything about girls a lot. And before I sang covers, and I always was like, we're going to sing about girls, it's just a cover. So it's already political. Being out lesbian is political in Georgia, where most of the gay people are activists, and I admire them because they, Nati, I love you, baby. Because they were there and we could identify ourselves, but people are not like teachers and lesbians, and I don't know, bakers and lesbians. As long as I know, I don't know anybody else, and I'm not famous at all, but to be a normal other thing than an activist, and I'm a proud activist, but I'm also writing, and so I'm an out lesbian. I don't know anyone else, and we know about some people that they are gay, but they won't ever name it, and they won't ever say it. So this is political, and because I'm a storyteller, I'm going to tell a story again. I am, today, day by day, I'm so proud. I came out to my parents 1 year ago. So it's an anniversary. And in Georgia we have this small family, is actually an extended family in Western understanding. So one of the female members of the family, when I said that I was lesbian, she could not stop repeating. She couldn't stop repeating, literally obsessed. Really? Is this normal that you want to lick asses? I was infuriated and enraged, then curious. I was like, I don't think you actually mean the ass. And I mean, I have nothing against, that was actually literally what I said. I was like, I'm not against anilingus, but I don't think actually you mean the ass. That was literally the quote. And this statement is problematic on many ways. It's vulgar. She goes to the ass, but she can't name the pussy. And that makes me even more enraged. So to me, and I wrote a lot about how there is no sexual vocabulary in Georgian language unless it sounds like super masculine. I mean, men dirtied that vocabulary, so I think we really need to create that language. So you talked about language and vocabulary, I totally agree with you. And it's very complicated, like making new using the other. So how do you name your vulva, to me, is a political thing, and that person is unable to name it. To me, you don't name it, you don't use it, let alone enjoy it. So you don't have access to it, and when you think about it, I interviewed several women, including authors who write and who work with the language, and I was curious, like, how do we name this? What we say for it? Mary. So there was conclusions that I came up with talking about this, like, we either hear, the first time we hear about vulva in Georgia is from men's mouth when they swear. We nickname it with little girls' names. I don't want to call myself little girls' names. So. Or the resounding absence of naming it, refusal to say it. So to me, all these things, obstacles created so that we don't access our bodies, enrages me. So when I think about this person, I'm still very angry, but I'm also like thinking that we have to create the vocabulary. We have to give the language to that. And first thing we are criticized with Natia because we create sexual content, sex tips, is always that. Why do you say this word? That comes first as criticism. And we're like, so what do we call it? Like, I don't know what. Just like a child, when you are forbidden to say it, I want to disobey. And the act of disobedience is political. And to me, it's that's the last thing I want to really say, that family thing, that I was called everything, that I was a bad mother, bad wife, dirty lesbian, bad daughter, and everything. And then sometime 2-3 weeks ago, all of a sudden I realized, my son is 20, so I was a lot told. Now I moved to Sweden that I'm a bad mom. He's 20. I got married 18. No one told me I was crazy, which I was. And then I was thinking, they know that people have raised children and they didn't turn out the way they wanted. People tried to be wives and they didn't turn out to be what they want. And they know people who were daughters and weren't great, and they're still not angry as they are against me. And I was thinking, that person cannot forgive me because she never enjoyed her own body. And because I enjoy it, this is the precise very thing that they cannot forgive all of us. Not only we enjoy our own bodies, we give joy to other female and gender non-conforming bodies. And that is so political. And to me, also, I'm an activist for years, and like many of us, rage has its place, and I'm enraged, infuriated, I hate men and everything. But it's draining. It's so draining. So to me, writing about sex, pleasure, exploring language, the gaze, subjecting the bodies, how do we do that? What do we do exactly? How do we displace that? Is so much joy. I love doing it, I love writing, and it gives me pleasure. And they can be enraged. For once.
Thanks a lot for this final word, Tini, for this powerful word. And indeed, our lives are political, and we need to be vocal about it. Just don't leave yet, because it's the time for the surprise. I think it's the right timing, so some of us will leave the stage to Tini that prepare something for you, and I hope that we will have time to the Q&A, because I think it's important to engage with them and to ask questions if you can, if you want. We don't have time for the Q&A? Okay. So you will see them for this next... you will see them after. So, what?
Maybe take a few questions now.
Can we take at least 1 or 2 questions? Okay, okay. So it will... The microphone is on the right and on the left, and after we will finish with Tini's performance.
Hi, so can we ask questions? I actually have one. Hi, my name is Nadia. I'm from Baipan, Russia. And I have a question about the resistance in like a closed setting, because like, I know I talk with my girlfriends about sex all the time. Like, who do you like it to do this, how, etc. So I was wondering, when you are talking with your friends or closed ones who are not lesbian or bisexual and just like casually mention your experience with women, how do they react? Do you do that? How do you feel with that? Like, I would really love for you to share this experience.
Hello. So the question is, if I understood, if we talk also with other friends who are not lesbian about sex, and or what? Did I understand it right?
And how they react to that.
I think this is very. I think everybody handles it different. It depends how close your friends are. I mean, to be honest, one of my best friend is in Barcelona and is also lesbian, so for me it's really much more easier to talk with lesbian and with very close lesbian friends about sex, like if it's about really intimate stuff, and if you would really ask, hey, how did you also do this, and did she also react, you know, like this very intimate. And to be honest, I mean, it's very difficult. To be honest, it's usually always the other way, that always straight people ask you, how do you fuck? Actually, it's always always, but many times the other way. I don't know if you experience this, but usually always people think, but if there is no penetration, if there is no man, how it's fitting? So actually, it's always the other way that we are confronted with, right? And I think it's also about this thing like boundaries, like how dare always straight people are asking us, but in the other way, like as straight people to straight people would never do this, like to say, hey, how do you fuck? Like really, they just dare to ask this if they see a lesbian couple, to ask about our intimate life. So I just have this experience, like the other way.
Yeah, of course. I want to say one thing, because it happened to me to talk with my male friends, and I can say that I change a lot the life of their partner, sexual partner. I want to say only this.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah, with men you can teach a lot and how to do. Yeah.
I'll just be very quick. I think it's really interesting. I never talk to my gay or straight friends about details sexual, but they're always interested in the drama. And God knows that lesbians can produce a lot of that. And I think the person that I talk about, I mean, this is going to sound very perverted, but I think my wife is the person that I would exchange info about my, we're poly, so more about that later. So, yeah, I mean, so I can run it by her to see if I'm doing things right, and she can advise me on these other hookups. So, yeah, I'm very conservative, actually.
Yeah, we can see.
Tini, do you want to answer, or do you want to add something? No, it's okay. Yeah. Is there a final question for them? Alexia? Oh yes, Alexa.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to say that I think that lesbians can bring life-changing information for other women. I don't know about you, but just by the fact of me being who I am very clearly and very visibly, I change people's lives. I change women's lives. All of a sudden, the fact that I'm not taking the hair out of my armpits, the fact that I'm going to the beach and showcasing my legs that are not waxed, all of a sudden I'm having a conversation about hair. Of course, this is kind of weird, and this is the question for you with this introduction, which is, how do we question patriarchy that comes into our bedrooms? I'm saying this because I've made a decision for myself, which is I wouldn't wax, I wouldn't take off my body hair. I did this decision like about 3-4 years ago, and this is something that is really strange for people. People still assume that I don't bathe, that I would probably smell, and then every time that I'm taking my pants off, and then someone's taking my handies, and I'm like, you know, I freeze because I'm like, oh my God, I have hair here, and oh my God, the people are not, how are they going to deal with them? Yeah, I mean, You know, it's a confidence, but it's also something that I want to bring here because, I mean, the representation of a woman body is with no folds in the belly, with no belly, with no cellulite, no stretch marks, and no hair, and I mean, for me, it's also how these things kind of come into our intimate spaces and into our intimacy, and I think that so many times I have encountered other women who tell me things like, "Oh, you know, it was good, but I mean, have you ever thought about I don't know, maybe trimming a little bit?" You know, and I'm just like, yes, I've waxed fully my vagina, but I won't do it anymore. You know, but I'm like, why would I even have to listen to those things? So I kind of wanted to ask you how do you, if you ever in any way if we wax? no I mean just like how do we deal with all these kind of things that come into our lives just because we live, of course, in the same society as everybody else? Thank you.
I'm gonna try to answer that question because that's very interesting. How we are represented as like first thing amongst other punchlines is, do you want to have sex with me and my wife? We are very open-minded. Or amongst like, are you virgin? Is the next is like, I could imagine many of the girlfriends related to the previous question is, I have heard, I was told, I can imagine being with a woman, but I cannot go down there because like it's, you know, it's dirty and it smells bad, and then add to that the hair situation and the periods and everything. So obviously I'm not going to say anything new to anyone here, that obviously we were represented like that. And as an author, I think about this. And I have decided that my small protagonist, who has anxieties, and who discovers something and she has no other place to hide, and she puts it in her panties, and then she takes the hands out and she smells it and she has an anxiety attack, she's sleeping and then she's sleeping with it. So I decided that I'm going to make the whole thing about it. It's a very tricky thing, probably I'm going to get very attacked about this. But then I was thinking, how am I going to find this language, how am I going to do that? And that scene I wrote about, that I talked previously about, she gets notes, she's like, can I go down on you? It's a no. Can I kiss you? It's a no. Can I go and smell you? And she says yes, and it's very sexy, I think. So this is how I do.
I have a comment on body hair. So I think this is a very actually interesting field. So some years ago we moved to Berlin. And you know, in Croatia, because I'm a semi-public person, I have to think about these things. If I'm wearing shorts, if I'm, you know, people are gonna fucking stare. And I don't mind having body hair, but you know, this is violence. It's like somebody staring at you, and it's very uncomfortable. And when I moved to Berlin, I stopped. Like I'm growing, I'm like a little gorilla, which I like. Nobody has minded. But I still, sometimes I go to Croatia, and then I have to negotiate with myself. You know, am I gonna wear like long pants? What am I gonna do? So I stopped going to Croatia. So this is the solution.
Yeah, I think meanwhile, I mean, I think in the 90s, 80s, it was really clear that you're just a feminist if you let your hair grow and if it's really visible, as you said. And especially in Western countries, it's still much more, you can see it. But what I want to say is that meanwhile, I think it's also like we have to take care if a woman decides for herself and is lesbian that she wants to take her hair off. She's still a feminist and she still wants to be a lesbian and to lick pussies, and it's just a preference. So we should talk, or asses, like it's just, I think, a preference meanwhile, because we should not judge each other like the way you look like you are a feminist or you're not, right? Because this was long in a movement.
Do you want to answer, Irene?
I totally agree with her last suggestion, because I think that we need to be able to see the good point in the phrase "the personal is political," that is a sentence very important for all of us as feminists, as lesbian, as queer or trans people, but also to stay aware on the bad side, because I mean, there is also, according to me, there is also a bad side of the personal is political, and I think that we are political in the way we are, period.
Thank you a lot. So just stay because we will leave the stage and Tini has something prepared. So thank you all and thank for our one wonderful panelists.
Thank you very much.
Do you hear me? Yes. Can we, is there a way, as I asked, to have less lights? So much. Thank you so much. The PowerPoint, possible? Thank you. So this is my stage name, because, and it's a tribute to my first Tinder name, because I was not yet out. And I'm very worried, because it's very complicated to warm up the stage in 10 minutes. So I'm really, really nervous. So because I'm nervous, I'm going to start with a cover, because I was a cover singer for years, and I feel like I know it. And then hopefully I'm going to be less nervous, and then I can sing my songs. Okay? Okay.
J'aime les filles de chez Régine. Ah, j'aime les filles qu'on voit dans elle. J'aime les filles qui travaillent à la chaîne. Si vous êtes comme ça, téléphonez-moi. Si vous êtes comme si, téléphonez-moi. Miroir skogo evi, tu chevi. Miroir skogo evi, toi levi. Miroir skogo evi, ta levi. Miroir skogo evi, arabella levi. Miroir skogo evi, ikarevi. Miroir skogo evi, génifique nevi. Miroir skogo evi, skogo evi. Ah, j'aime les filles, j'aime les filles. Ah, j'aime les filles. Skogo evi.
So do you know by now how do you say girls in Georgian? Go with me. Thank you so much. Woo. How do you like my clip? I tried hard, I didn't know what to do with it, and that was like amazing. I'm still very nervous. So I'm gonna put the other songs. Yeah. Have you ever lived in are you an anxious attachment type with an avoidant type situation? I'm worried that I'm gonna forget the text, and I know that I know my text, but still I'm super worried, so I'm gonna have it. I could say some casual crap, like, how are you and stuff. Now that we've successfully labeled love a friendship that it is not. Tell me now. Are we done? I could also go on and on with a small talk. But I don't talk the small talk. And now that I saw you, I know this is not what I want. Here is what I want. Take off your necklace. Now that you ostensibly have a date, and I also ostensibly have a date. There's your booked schedule all over the place, and with safe words we've injected into the unbearably electric space. Can we just slow down the pace? Come closer, girl. This is my face. This is my face. This is your face, and this is too late. Take off your necklace. We've spread out this friendship like a concealing veil, injected anti-love vaccines in our veins. You tried to misname this but failed. Do you realize that this is vain? Because here we are with a mouth full of unuttered desires, with a mouth full of unuttered cravings, with a mouth full of unuttered vowels and all the vowels we can't pronounce. And this is my mouth. Take off your necklace. And for the last one, I'm going to sing in Georgian, and I was unable. Thank you. I'm going to sing the last one in Georgian, and there's PowerPoint. Natia, thank you for charging it. And I'm going to give a little explanation there. I love playing on folk and popular songs in Georgian, so I'm going to write the entire song, and there will be a little twist always somewhere. And so in this one, I have twisted a very popular song in Georgian, and so it has to deal with rain, and you will see it coming, so that you know. Yes. Როგორც პეპლის ღვთის გროლვა შენი კავა ჩემს კანზე თხრის ლოცვა ყველა ნორმა თქვენთვის დამითმია მე მივეცე მიციმციმა არითმია ეს შენი სუნთქე უბრალოდ საცა გადავწერთ დიდი აფეთქების თეორიას სისხლის ნაკადს აჩქარებს არ შეხება ელთან ახლოს მოსვლა და გაჩერება შენ ისუნთქე უბრალოდ როგორც გაბლარულ ფოტოზე თოვა ჩერდება კადარი წამით ადრე როცა მოხვალ და კეფასთან ყნოსავდა შენი ტუჩები მეხება ოდნავ შენი სუნთქე უბრალოდ შენ ისუნთქე შემეხოჯე ისუნთქე ხოლოდჯე ისუნთქე go go Zavelepul sadloukan Lewischem sulikanapa Žuna cima Lovita Titi
suena a geluid. Modi makote.
Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.
Don't forget the change of rooms. Money talks are happening here. And lesbian narratives in 202. Lesbian money talks are in the auditorium now.